Howdy do. Hello. It's stream 172. Hope everyone's having a good day. So, some preliminary links. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can type in those teeny tiny little characters that you see over here to see a link to this page, which is talking about what I'm trying to build. I'm trying to build a platform for multiplayer online RPG. So, today's work is going to be trying to finish up the work from yesterday, which is to put in place an administrator-controlled email blacklist, and then I'm going to start working on some emergency controls. So these are things that I might need if things get carried away with the servers. So hey there, Nui, how's it going? So this email blacklist, what that's about was if for some reason an email that we send gets bounced or raises a complaint, or we're going to want to auto blacklist them. That's so that we are a good net citizen and we don't spam people. And I did work on this much of it yesterday. So when things get put onto the blacklist, we tell the administrator and we warn the player, and we highlight the players whose emails have been addresses have been blacklisted in the front end. And we also make sure we don't actually send emails. So we drop anything's in the queue and we don't add anything to the queue if it's been blacklisted. So what remains to be done today is some manual control over the list. I'm going to do the auto blacklisting at some point later when I put together the system to automate handling bounces and complaints. Probably for the short term, what I'll do is I'll just manually handle the mailbox, and if I see a bounce or a complaint, I will go and use the manual controls to add things to the blacklist. All right. Let me make sure the front end is running. Actually, I want 2 copies of it, so let's make an incognito window. And then another window. So my normal window is got the admin key, so it logs in and shows us the status of the cluster. And I'm going to be adding a panel today for the email blacklist. So a normal account looks like this. Actually, I can use email addresses now too. Remember me. So if this email was blacklisted, we would get a warning about it. Actually, let me log out of this one and show you the one that is blacklisted. That's Bob. So yeah, we get a nice warning here when it's blacklisted. So I think I'm going to keep this up because we'll show that this should disappear once I add the panel that has the blacklist, and then we can play around with removing things from the blacklist. So let's do that. Let's make... Should I make the front end stuff first or the back end? Probably the back end stuff makes more sense. So I'm going to need at least 3 commands, right? Download the list, or maybe I make that another subscription. Either way, that's one, and then remove and then add. So that's 3 different messages that an admin can send. And so yesterday I had put down in place one of the commands I needed. Add to mail blacklist, but I don't have remove from mail blacklist. I wonder if I should just add that now. It makes sense to me to add it now. Let's add it in all the right places. Just go from the bottom up, I suppose. Add to, remove from. So here's a test where the addition of an address to the blacklist was announced. Let's have another one for the removal. Player address remove from blacklist announced. So let's see what's different. Remove from takes the place of add to. We'll have the address in there. I should probably remove it initially, right? So that is mail queue, add to blacklist. This email address. And then we're going to remove it. We should get an update where it is no longer blacklisted. So unit test is in place. So mail blacklisted reflected to player. Let's make another test, which is the inverse of this. Let's change the name a little bit. So mail added to blacklist reflected to player. Mail removed from blacklist reflected to player. So again, I'm going to start them off blacklisted. And then remove them. And then what we should get is a profile update where this is false. And because false is the default value, I'm also going to expect that it is present in the message. So expect true, messages 0 has is mail blacklisted. All right, next, working from the bottom up. So these are tests to confirm that there actually is a command and that it replicates correctly. So all these add tos we want to modify to remove from. I believe that's all I need to do. It's basically the same as add, only it has a different type. All right. And then command execution. So we'll want one of these, I think. This is when a command gets executed in the game, the coordinator gets a callback. We're going to use that callback to publish those messages to clients that the blacklist, the address has been removed. Remove from mail blacklist. And then declare the handler. Remove from. Actually, I should have just selected it in both. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to copy this. Remove from. If there is no error, we take that address and we announce false. And then again, if we find a matching player, we'll send them their profile. All right. So this is the file that actually implements the command. So I'm going to copy that entire file, rename it to remove from mail blacklist, and then search and replace this part of the word. Remove from. Pretty straightforward, eh? Same thing with the header file. Remove from mail blacklist. Remove from. A lot of boilerplate involved in C and C++. I love me my boilerplate. Remove from. Okay. This is sort of mindless work. I guess while I'm doing it, I can explain some decisions I made last night between streams. So I've been spending quite a bit of time trying to get a lot of things perfect in this framework before I actually do game dev. And I don't think it needs to be perfect. I'm probably going to be having to fix bugs anyway. So I kind of came to a soft decision, as in it's something that I want to see if I can do, which is call it for this week, as in I'll continue to work on stuff like these controls for the rest of the week, but then wherever I am, I'm going to stop and on Monday try to push this online, whether or not I'm done. So it might go online and have a few things missing. It might not even have a terms of service. We don't know. Depends on what I end up doing. But that way I can actually not stall anymore to get this to where other people can log into it and help me find bugs. And then start doing a little bit of game dev. Force myself to do that. Okay, the remove from, I guess I didn't fix all the references. Remove from. I wonder if I hit the wrong file. No, I just missed some things. Yeah, I missed an ad too. Alrighty then. First link of the day. Load that cache, computer. It's usually like 5 or 6 seconds when it's cached. When it's not, it's like 30 seconds. All right, 38 seconds. Not a big deal. That should only happen once today. Is this new? I don't want to hit that button. Oh. It actually expands all of them. This may be more than I want. I don't know if that's new or not. Anyway, all our tests are passing, which is sort of surprising. Oh, wait a minute. I know why. Because it actually didn't see the Realm server tests. Yeah. Those aren't all going to pass. They shouldn't all pass. All right. They are not all passing. Oh, because this needs to be removed, not add to. And then that doesn't exist yet. So I need to add that. So mail queue tests, wherever I have an add, let's put in a remove. Oh, maybe I don't have an add. I guess we're making a remove. Remove from blacklist. So the setup will be to add a couple entries. So let's add both 1 and 2. The act will be to remove one of them. Let's remove the first one. And then check that 1 was removed, or not in the blacklist, and 2 is still in the blacklist. Alright, so let's define that. Mail queue. Let's put it next to let's put it next to add. Remove the given email address from the blacklist, which is the list of email addresses to which the game should never send any email. This is the email address to remove from the blacklist. All right, I'm just going to copy this actually. Remove from does an erase. Simple, easy peasy. We're flying through this code today. Get ready to check that in. Formulate the commit while I'm testing. It's called efficiency and parallelism. Okay. Add underlying mechanisms to remove from email blacklist. So add the remove from mail blacklist command. Add the whatever this method is called, remove from blacklist method that's in mail queue. Then notify player and subscribers when the email is removed from the blacklist. Okay. All right. So now that the underlying commands are there, yeah, we have to implement the command, the message, the request message. So, actually, no, it's on par with add now, right? So we need to add commands both to add and remove. Or maybe start with the list one. Yeah, let's start with the list one. So I'm thinking about just making that a subscription, something we can subscribe to. So I have unit tests for subscribing. I'm going to add one for that now. So kind of like this. Let's put it at the end. Admin subscribes to mail blacklist. All right. I don't need an orchestrator connection though. All right, subscribe to mail blacklist. So right away after subscribing, we should receive back one message. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. Good morning indeed. So yeah, today I am finishing up the mail blacklist and then doing emergency controls, and I might as well put it in the plan here. I guess I'll put it under here as well. I used to have an announcements thing. I guess I could put it in Discord also, but how do I want to phrase this? Note: decision has been made to attempt launching the platform online next Monday. Whether or not the admin tools, let me fix that thing that OneNote does. I want the margin right there. Thank you, tool. Whether or not the admin tools are done. So I'm working for the rest of this week on things like this, but whether or not I'm done, I'm going to try to push this online on Monday, just so that I don't have an excuse to stall anymore, and I can get this up so that people can try to log in, create accounts and all that good stuff, and if they want to help me find bugs. All right. We're going to get back a new message. I should make sure I get this right. I think I've been moving towards, away from lowercase messages and towards camel case or Pascal case. Let me make sure. I want to look at, in the front end, middleware server messages. There's a table. Yeah, so they're predominantly Pascal case. Let's continue that trend. So this will be mail blacklist. For these, they can be lowercase though. So let's say addresses, and then it'll be an array of strings. So let's add a couple. So mail queue, add to blacklist Alex. and Bob. So we'll expect to see them show up in the blacklist. Alex and Bob. There we go. So that's what we get on the initial subscription. Then I want to get an update whenever we add or remove from the blacklist. So it's similar to one of these. I'm not sure how much of this test I'll use, but let me just copy it and paste it here. And we'll say mail blacklist add announced. So it'll be subscribe to mail blacklist, and then we'll clear, because we don't care about the initial blacklist anymore. And what I'll do is I'll do an add to the blacklist. So let's see if I can find this. I need to find that as a command. Really? Oh, add to mail blacklist. There we go. Yeah, so in these tests, we did this simulation of blacklisting an email address, right? That becomes the act here. The act is if we queue a command to add this address to the blacklist, and then simulate it, or actually do it, simulate its execution, we should come back and have a new message here. Mail blacklist add. And we'll have address, and it'll just be that address. And then I should do one for remove too. So this is remove. So this becomes remove from. Same thing though, I need to have it in here initially, so this add goes up here, and then this becomes a remove from. Alright. And this should be remove. I should make it past tense, removed and then added. Maybe? How do the messages look right now? Oh yeah, okay, added, removed. Okay, it makes sense. Added, removed. Okay. Let's build those tests and run them. How are you guys doing today? You guys are very quiet. Suspiciously quiet. Okay, I'm just gonna think in advance of where this will break. It will break in the sub. So we're going to go there. Actually, it's the subscribe, it doesn't exist. So when we should go get ready to add that. Source, coordinator, and then coordinator impl. So yeah, all of those tests I added failed because I haven't written any of the code yet. All right, so the subscribes are all up here. So it goes alphabetically here. Make client message handler subs on subscribe to mail blacklist. Okay. Similar to on subscribe to log, so let me track that down. And define with copy pasta. Let's do it in both places here. Mail blacklist. Okay. And then this similar thing here. Subscribe to mail blacklist. Do I need the server config? I don't think I do. So we're going to wipe that out. Subscribe to mail blacklist. And it's not a batch message. It's a, let's just call it message. The type is going to be what is expected by the test. mail blacklist. And addresses is the array. So addresses. And I think we just get the addresses. So for const.auto address, the addresses are in the mail subsystem, mail queue get blacklist. So iterating through there, we're going to do an addresses add address. Simple, easy peasy. Send it as a text message and there's no log threshold. That's redundant. Why do I have that? I have it in two different places. Let's fix that. That should just be that. I don't know why that was there. Anyway, fixed now. So let me add this flag. This flag indicates whether or not the client is subscribed to receive. Okay, I'll copy from here. Messages whenever the state of the mail blacklist changes. All right. So that should make a couple of these tests pass. Wait a minute. Did that build correctly? It did not. There was an error. Redefinition of message. Okay. Yeah, can't do that. Right, this is the incoming message. I'm going to call this one response then. Technically, it's not a well, not really, not actually technically a response. Better word would be initial blacklist. Publication. Or publishing. Or published initial blacklist. Response. Right. All right, so that test passed. So it's just the add and remove that don't pass right now. I don't know why it grays, it dims them out sometimes. It's like if I go too quickly, it dims them out. Okay, it's just the add and the remove, which makes sense. So I'm just going to scan here to see if there's a similar message I want to copy. I think I want to copy these add remove things. How about we take the player added, player removed? Okay, that just doesn't make. Where's the announce? Okay, I was just separating the construction of the message from the sending of it. They just do the same thing, I guess. I just need the added and removed. I don't need to change. Let's put them right here. So I can remove the copy of the change I did. And then change player into mail blacklist. Is that what I called in the test? Okay, really, let's call this blacklisted. Well, no, that's fine. We can call it that. Hey there, Romani. It's going okay. It's a very quiet morning. Everything's going well. I made the decision last night to only work on building stuff up into the platform for the rest of this week, and then whether or not I'm ready on Monday, I'm going to try to push this stuff online. Yay! So I guess it's sort of like a launch date. Although it's launching, when it launches, you guys will just see the same thing there, or more accurately, you'll see this. You won't be able to do much, but at least you'll be able to help me test it, I guess. Deploy hell, yeah. PogChamp. Blacklist added. We'll just go with that name. So that's all. That's what I already had anyway. Added and removed. The fact that the given email address has been added to the mail blacklist. Hey there, Hideo. Is this an Ansible stream? Not today. My deployment will be probably just to log into an EC2 instance and copy the build of the servers there and set them up and just tell them to start running. Do you have to restart maybe every 4 to 12 hours? Oh, because of a memory leak? Oh yeah, those suck. I hate those. It's like, if it wasn't for this memory leak, it would just be running all the time, right? Hey there, I play poker badly. And did I wave to Hideo? I didn't wave to Hideo. What am I thinking? Yeah, so whether or not I'm ready, I'm going to try to push this onto AWS on Monday. So, you know what that probably means? I'll be feverishly trying to get things done on Saturday and Sunday. It was mostly talking to Adam last night about it. And I'd also been thinking too, like I think I've been stalling. I've been wanting to push to launch it online since 2 weeks ago. So I think it's time to do it whether or not I'm ready. Yeah, you'll be allowed to log in and try to break it. That's the plan. You'll get to this point and you'll be like, oh, I can log out, delete my account. I can see my name and my email address. I can change my name, password, email address, download my data, and I can see tickets and I can report issues. And that'll be the primary way that you can give me feedback in the game, is to click on that and type in something. And then it'll create a ticket with an ID, and hopefully my server doesn't get overwhelmed with that. Time for a report bot. Yeah, please don't. Actually, although, you know, if I have someone who is coordinating with me on that, that actually might not be a bad thing to have a test bot, because then I could use it to help test the rate limits I have built in, so to prevent botting from malicious users. Why wait for a malicious user when I can ask for a cooperative user to help me try to break it, right? But I don't want to ask for volunteers for that, because it's a lot of work. It's only if someone really wants to and they say, hey, can I write a bot to help test it? Yeah, is that what it's called? Gray hat? Oh, what a nice emote. There we go. Kappa clause. Gray hat tester. Like a volunteer to try to break it with a bot. Yeah. Okay, I need to fix this up. The given email address has been removed from the mail blacklist. Oh, I forgot to change this. This is all wrong anyway. Yeah, this is wrong. This should be ID. This is the unique identifier of the player. I must have forgotten to change these comments. Let me go and do that while I'm at it. Okay, and then this one is going to be an email address. This is the email address added to the blacklist. And then the same thing down here for removed. Hey there, Dries Jans. Yeah, so Dries Jans, whether or not I'm ready, I'm going to try to launch on Monday. Launch being not that I have a game, but that everyone will be able to get this far and then help me find bugs if they want to. And probably that'll motivate me to actually do some game dev stuff, just so that I don't drive people away by having them log in and get disappointed that there's not much they can do. Removed from... Yeah, so it'll be fun. Fun with quotation marks. All right. Yeah, I think I've just been stalling, and because I'm anxious about the servers just crapping out or something and me looking like a fool. But I need to stop stalling and actually put something out, because the longer I wait, the more chance it is I will have missed something that I could have learned about long ago if I had other people, you know, trying to log in and finding things. So fun, exactly. Capital F-U-N. All right. I'm going to follow the same pattern here. I want to have another function that makes the announcement. Make blacklist removed announcement, and then send it to anyone who's subscribed. It'll crash at least once. Yeah, I should just get that out of the way. I should get the inaugural crash, the entire cluster collapse out of the way, right? What I'm actually hoping for is I do get crashes, but only one server at a time, and then the most users will notice is that they'll be having to reconnect. Because right now, if the server you're connected to goes down, it goes to a reconnecting screen, I think. Although I haven't tested that in a while. And I want to eventually make it completely seamless, so you don't even know that a server has gone down. Yeah, get it crashed. Yeah, get that jinx out of the way, and then it'll be up, right? And then I'll be like, why did I worry so much? All right, the ad. There we go. Hold on. That doesn't match, does it? It does match. How come, why does this use an ID in this? Oh, because it's been removed. Okay, yeah, I got it. Actually, then it actually makes more sense for me to just copy this. And just change added, remove to added. And then this is, why did I have username? Should be address on both of them. There we go. Oh, hey there, Chris. I was just watching your stream before I started. How did your stream end? Done coding for the day? How did it go? Hey there, steampunk programmer. Mr. Sir, indeed, and also I think that deserves a Steam Pogger. There you go. Went well? I'm glad. It's a Tuesday, isn't it? I don't know what it means for all you guys, but for me, Tuesday is late start, so I have to start late because kids need later drop-offs. Need to get a nap in. All right. Oh, are you gonna... do you know if anyone's gonna be streaming that meetup? Because that'd be kind of cool. I was just curious. If not, that's fine too. Being an adult all day. Oh, great. So yeah, I'd love to see that. I'll have to... Anybody know when that'll be? Looking forward to that. Okay. Yeah, so I'm in the middle right now of trying to add in admin controls, and I made the decision last night to just call it that regardless of whether or not I'm done with what I'm doing, I'm going to try to push this onto AWS, which means that starting Monday, hopefully if all goes well, everyone will be able to log in and at least get this far with my game. And then if everything goes perfectly, then next week will be about establishing some kind of game content, some kind of entity component system, some kind of display of some kind of world. And if everything goes poorly, next week will be fixing bugs that are causing my game cluster to completely collapse. So we'll have to see. It could go really good or really bad. 6 p.m. Okay. 6 p.m. should be fine. Thanks, Chris. What am I using for chat? I'm using WebSockets for everything, so I can show you that if I reload. So when it connects to the game, it makes a WebSocket, and it uses that right now for authentication, although I was sort of convinced by Hideo and others to move this into a HTTP only cookie, but right now it's in the WebSocket messages. So in addition to the authentication, it's whenever you want to ask something of the server and the server has something to tell you. It's all over WebSockets. So the in-game chat, the update of the world will all be messages on WebSockets. And what's really cool about that is the built-in tools in Chrome. If you're using JSON for your messages, lets you get really, really good visibility into the content of your messages. See that? I love it. It's very sweet. So everything is secure. So this connection is a WSS. It is protected by, same as HTTPS. So the channel is encrypted before we even get the first message. And there's only one connection that you need to the servers for everything. So it's sort of simple, elegant, I think. And I have a proof of concept highlighted here if you'd like to see it. And yeah, it'll be fun. So right now, at this very second, I'm working on controls so we can see the email blacklist and then add and remove emails from it. No problem. Let me know if you guys have any other questions. So this was added. Actually, I don't think I needed the rest of this. I just need to make these methods now. A DDoS wet dream, really? Uh-oh. I'm paranoid about getting DDoSed. So I do things like, if you don't authenticate within like a second, it not only will drop the WebSocket connection, but it will ban your IP address for a minute. Because, yeah, I'm worried about getting lots and lots of WebSocket connections coming in that DDoS me. But we'll see on Monday, right? Maybe I'll get DDoSed on Monday and I'll have to stop and regroup and think, I need to find out a way to prevent that. Or maybe nothing will happen. We'll see. Get DDoSed on day one, it'll be fine after that. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm worried about if that were to happen, would I be able to figure out what to do? Or would I just say, I guess I need to give up now. That's what I'm kind of worried about. I guess it's more likely that if there is a problem that me or someone else will have an idea what to do. Okay, where am I going to put this make messages? Oh, I guess I've been putting them up there. Yeah, let's put it right here. Actually, I can just copy this, right? Return the message to be sent to anyone concerned, which announces that the given email address has been, we'll do remove first, removed from the mail blacklist. Hey there, Krasner. You'd be throwing your hands up in the air? Yeah, I mean, what do you do if you're DDoSed and you're not like a super expert on how to counter that? What time? Well, if we're on the West Coast, it's 10:58 a.m. What time is it for Adam? It's vacation time. All right, so this is, let me copy it from down here. Where is it? Here it is. These lines. And go back up. Okay. Keep it sweet and simple, right? Hey there, how do you say your name? McSonk? How's it going? So, I have, oops. Oops. Keyboard slips. I'm terrible at keyboard slips, by the way. This is added. Has been added. All right. Copy pasta time. We're going to move to where that is and pasta it and remove the comment. We're going to outdent. McDonald's, huh? Instead of Donald's, it's Sonken? McSonken? McSonken. Okay, these methods are just constructing messages, and these messages are pretty simple. This is just address. Oh, I got that wrong in the header too. That's address. Oh, I'd be careful. Oh, I never changed this. This is mail blacklist added, and then mail blacklist removed. This is address. Okay. Actually, I could have just done that. All right. Breakfast menu is the best. McDonald's, that's the best food. If you ever, I mean, McDonald's is maybe not the best kind of food, but of in the sphere of what does it mean to be McDonald's food, the breakfast menu is the best, right? Especially the coffee, right, Hideo? Best coffee? We're gonna start a coffee. I'm gonna trigger people with that, I think. Yeah, I actually have heard people really love McDonald's coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker myself, but is just mentioning coffee, doesn't even matter what kind of coffee? That's a good thing to say. Yeah, the consistency is something to be admired, right? Now, whether or not it's the level of quality you want, that's a different story. Okay, so let's see if this builds now. I don't think I completely hooked it up, though, so the tests aren't going to pass still. That's fine. One step at a time. So, to hook it up completely, it's in the command execution I need to do this, right? So that is in mail.cpp? Yeah. So it's on these added and removed that I gotta do it. Yeah, so in addition to announce the player change, we're also going to announce the mail blacklist change. Announce mail blacklist added, and it's just the address. There we go. And then the removal is removed. There we go. KFC's crispy chicken. Yeah, to each his own. Mackie D's. Drunken Spanish McDonald's too. Okay, I've run into this bug. This is sort of an entertaining bug. Look at that. It's like there's a magical barrier here, and there are two scrollable fields. Isn't that weird? The way I get rid of it is hitting this refresh button, but very weird bug. All right. I hope that all passes and I can move on to the front end work. Because that would be sweet. I could go back to React and Redux and away from this C++ for a while. Pass my test, please, so I can move on. Yay, my tests are passing. Let's check it in. Ship it. Okay, so I added the ability to add and remove addresses from the blacklist and get the notifications back. Oh, wait a minute, no, I didn't do the add remove yet. I did the get the subscribers rights. Let subscribers know when the blacklist change, when the mail blacklist changes. I haven't done the final step, which is requests from the client to actually add and remove. I haven't done that yet. I have to do that at some point, but actually right now the list should be visible, which means I want to add it. Visible as in it should come in here as soon as we subscribe. So let me do the subscription first. This is front end stuff. Front end is in player console. And where we do the subscription, I think it was admin? Subscribe? No, it's either admin or authentication. Yeah, here we go. So I'm going to add the subscription here. It's just another message to the server saying subscribe to whatever it has to match I did up here. Subscribe to mail blacklist. All right. And if I need to refresh the code on the server, so quick way would be to stop the whole cluster and start it again. Starting next week, it's going to be a lot more difficult to do that. I'll have to take each server offline, swap its version, and then bring it back online. Oh, that's interesting. Why is this not working now? Huh, that was weird. Anyway, let's see the F12 on that, and I should see the blacklist. Here we go. There's the blacklist. It's just got Bob on it. You know, Bob's been a real bastard, so he's been blacklisted. Actually, the mail blacklist is more for if people say they no longer want to receive email from the game for whatever reason, or they complain that it's spam. I blacklist them. And then what shows up for the user if they did that will be this explanation saying, you told us you didn't want email, so you may not be able to recover your account if you forget your password. Please open a trouble ticket if that's a problem. And I don't have a panel yet for the blacklist itself, but on the players list it shows up in red now, and there's a little icon saying the email associated with this account has been blacklisted. So in addition to this, I want to have another panel showing the blacklist. So I'm going to add that right now. What's going on next week? I'm going to just bite the bullet and try to launch it online, whether or not the admin tools are done. So this will be perhaps amusing, perhaps catastrophic, perhaps uneventful, but I'll try to, as much as I can, to make this available to the entire world to create accounts and get at least this far in what I have so far. Does the user client get the full list with all the email addresses? No, only the admin does. So normal players only get their own records. So these are test tickets for just this account. You only see your own email address and name, and that's it. To log in as an admin, you need a private RSA key. So we can depend on RSA not getting hacked in the next week, I think. So GDPR, yeah, I've already started doing that. So if you want your account deleted, you can do it here. That deletes all trace of you. And if you just want to download your data, you have this button. So you can click that. And I literally just give you the subset of the game state in exactly the same format that I store it myself, which is a JSON record. So it has all of the information about your account, including your hashed password. Because I was just like, let's just give them the whole record. You know, they know their own password, so I'm not leaking anything. And all the trouble tickets and all the history of the trouble tickets that are associated with them. So that, you know, providing a user with all their personal info on request and then allowing them to delete their account, I believe I'm okay with GDPR. But of course, I got to go through the GDPR again to make sure. And I'm sure you guys would let me know if I forgot something, right? Are you confirming that's actually the user you're providing the info to? Because they have to authenticate with their password. I don't know, is that good enough? They have to log in and get this far to get the download the data button. And the minute the server goes live. Well, that's something we need to test, right? Yeah, you guys let me know if there's something I need to do more to confirm that a user is who they say they are. Right now, I'm depending on that they have to know their own password. And if they forget their password, there's a password reset thing, which uses their email address. So it's emailed to them. So let's say you forget your password, right? You would, wait a minute, why did it do that? I thought each incognito window gave you a different state. But these are obviously sharing state. Huh. So the incognito windows share the same state? That's weird. Anyway, I guess I'll have to log out of this one. Forget my password, right? And then I can just say Bob. I forgot it, right? So you could then log in with the email that was sent to you. So as long as you control your own email address and you're in control and you're the only one who knows your password, then it should be you. Probably need to agree to use. Oh yeah, so that's, I haven't done that part yet, but I did plan to have, where did I put that? To have a terms of service and privacy policy, and that'll be something when you create a new account. I'll have to put it here somewhere that, like, by signing up you agree to the terms of service and privacy policy, and please read them, and there will be links to download them here. Username, password, or email password should be fine. Okay. Yeah, so I'll put it in the terms of service that by signing up, I can literally just tell them what I store. I'll store your name, your address, your password hashed, and every trouble ticket you open, and every change you make to your name. And if you're not okay with that, then don't sign up. I'll say Bob at example.com. Yeah, I hate those websites that don't tell you literally and exactly what's stored, so I'll probably be very pedantic about it, down to every single item of local storage. Because there's not that much. I mean, if you opt into it, there's this persistent login token, and other than that, there's whether or not we're persisting it. That's it. I don't have any other cookies. So it's really easy for me to list precisely what we store. And then if you don't like that, then don't sign up. So, I have no interest at all in harvesting email. The only real purpose to have email is to recover your account. If you want to, you can actually sign up without an email. It's like so. We can log out and we can make a new account, and this player's name will be anonymous, and there's no email. Although, let's say they don't even want a cookie stored. So you can still do it, and there'll be no state tracked at all under local. Okay, there's the persist login. So I'll probably list that. Yes, we remember what you told us about whether or not you want to be remembered. I should also probably put a note here saying unless you register an email address, you won't be able to reset your password if you forget. Still seems slow? Oh, I'm sorry, Pollux. Yeah, so I'll show you what I was suggesting, like what I see on my end. So when I go to my project here, what I've seen Visual Studio Code is this .vs code, and I think it's because it's C, C++. All of these are the IPCH is, I believe, the cache for the IntelliSense. And then the other folder that you like to wipe out is, for every workspace, there's one of these. And then there's a specific one for, there's a state database here. There's also settings for CPP. And this browse VCDB, I believe that's the code browser. So something having to do with IntelliSense. So I wipe those out too. And generally when I do that, it helps clear up any IntelliSense issue. Joke legislation? Yeah, I wish I was more knowledgeable about the law and could read through those a lot quicker and understand what's going on. I kind of struggle with that, and I don't know. I guess we have to learn something about it at some point. I gotta at least make a terms of service and privacy policy that doesn't go against any laws. Emmet, huh? Emmet. Is that a JavaScript thing? It sounds familiar. Anyway, yeah, if Anonymous forgets their password, they won't be able to reset it. Well, let's have Anonymous log out. And let's log back in as Bob. And sure, we can remember Bob. Oh, did I mistype the address? It's whatever bob@example.com is. Maybe I had the account name different. I did. It was Raimu. Okay. That's the problem. Yeah, you can either log in with your player name or your email address now. Okay, so the blacklist is getting to the admin tool. We see it there. And now I just need to add a panel for it. So that means I need to do some Raimu art. Because the panel buttons have little graphics. So let me pop this up. Do some Raimu art. Yeah, there's so many ways you can mess up. Well, realistically, if you mess up, you find out by someone just telling you or someone complaining, and then you fix it, right? And I suppose most likely you're not going to run into some malicious abuser of the law, and if anything, they'll say, "Hey, you messed up? Could you fix it?" And you just go fix it. Maybe I'm too optimistic though. All right, 64 by 64. And I think I'm just going to make like a crude little mailbox icon for this. So here we go, Raimu art. You ready? Let's give it a little bit of a bigger brush. Not that. Draw from here, please. There we go. I guess I should have done a mirror. That's good enough. And then let's do a little envelope-y thing. Actually, I'm going to turn on horizontal symmetry here, because I think that's the bomb. And there we go. And I'm actually just cheating. I'm using what I had here for the mail icon, which turned out pretty well, I thought, and just replicating that larger paint bucket. And let's center this thing. Yeah, good enough. There we go. There's some Raimu art for you. Save as. Put it in the assets folder and call it mail. And so there's mail blacklisted. This is mail. Call it mail. And then export it to public as a ping. Then we're done with our Raimu art for the day. A-Sprite, yes. A-Sprite is correct. I use it because almost every single artist on Twitch that I watch do pixel art uses it. So I'm a lemming and just following in their tracks. Hopefully they don't leave me off a cliff. Looks a lot like Google Gmail icon copyright strike. Really? I just drew it from scratch though. Probably. I drew these up really crudely and simply and quickly. When I go back later, I just assume that I'm going to get better at art, and I'll come back later and draw better things. All right, so let me just add the panel icon first. So my panel is under activities, playing activity. There are a bunch of panels up here. I'm going to add one. So we're going to call it mail panel. M comes for 4P, right? The mail panel. I just noticed something. That settings is in the wrong spot. That goes there. All right. Thanks for the follow. Don't pay money to Wubby. I like that name. I have video proof I created them. Yeah, but if it's too close to something that's trademarked, they might ask me to change it, right? Let's see. All right, so so if you're an admin, you're going to get this extra button. Put it anywhere. We'll put it here. This is mail, and I'd like to capitalize the one in the alt. All right, so that's going to be imported from this index under panels. I need to add it. This is mail panel, and add it to the default export list. And now I'm going to have to add To copy one of these. Which one do I want to copy? I can't even look at my own app while I'm doing this either. I don't know. Tickets panel. That'll be mail panel instead. Mail panel. Don't know what my props are yet. Just going to blank it all out. And let's just blank everything out. Don't know yet what my props are going to be. I just want this to build. Probably going to need actions, so I'll keep that. And back to the playing activity. Actually, this should be enough to make it show up. Hey, look at that. So the panel's there. And let's just keep it simple for now. We will draw whatever is in our state. So maybe I should do the state stuff first. This will get the blacklist somewhere. Yeah, mail blacklist. So that needs to be a message that we handle. And message is handled in server messages. So I'm going to add mail blacklist here. Hey there, Jamaica. You've been using Angular for last year, kind of want to brush up on React? Oh, never able to get Redux working? Redux is sweet. At least I like it. There's a bit of boilerplate. Let me show you a quick rundown of what my understanding of Redux is and how it integrates into React, okay? So, I should say, preface that I don't use the older React with classes. I am using React hooks. So you will not see any thises in my code. The main index defines an app, but we have this provider around it. So this is how Redux and React integrate together. The app is a pure React component. Well, sort of. You'll see in a second. Provider is something that the React Redux gives us. That's the integration layer. It integrates the React with the store from Redux. The store you create somewhere, an index or whatever, and then you provide it to the provider, and the provider kind of like dependency injects it where it's needed in the DOM tree, and you'll see that in a second. So one thing to always remember about Redux is all of the state is in the store. It's the central single source of truth for the state of your app. And anything that you want to keep persistent in your app, especially if it's shared between multiple places in your DOM, should go in the Redux store. That's the whole point of using Redux. If you don't need that, then Redux is maybe not for you, right? Because React has its own state management, and it's fine for a lot of things. Redux you mostly want if you are looking for a single source of truth, a single store of all your state. Anyway, that's how you set it up. Then if I were to show you the app, the component itself, so this is how you make a functional component in React these days with hooks. Instead of having a componented mount, you do an effect hook. So I have an effect hook that calls my onInitialLoad prop basically once. And the trick is to have an empty dependency list for your effect hook. And then the rest of it is just what you would have in render. So you render your DOM, and then this, here's how you hook it into Redux. The prop is constructed from a map which will call a Redux dispatch of a Redux action when you call that prop. And I have this prop, I don't know why. That I shouldn't have there. Anyway, the integration layer, I already showed part of it, which was this provider. The second part is this connect. So this is, I guess you'd call it a higher order component, which is taking the pure React component called app here and connect. The name connect implies it's connecting it to Redux. The way it connects is it takes dispatch and the state from Redux and lets you form props out of that. So if you had props that are generated from state, you put it into this map. Like, well, a better example would be the one I was just working on, right? Playing activity. So whether or not we're an admin, we determine whether or not we have an admin key. and turn it into a Boolean. So you can do a lot. You can do some easy transformations here from state into props, or you can just pass them one-to-one. And then the other thing you can make into props are doing things. And the doing things comes in two forms, either changing state, which is handled by a reducer, or doing side effects, which is done by middleware. Redux is dead anyway. So the simple examples you see on Redux take actions and reduce them to state changes. So actions are really just descriptions of what you want done. And it's nothing more than some arguments, which is up to you to define what you want to put into the action arguments, and then a type. The type is just a string. So in this case, reflect initial load is just a plain data structure that has reflect initial load as the type. And dispatch sends it through Redux to all the registered reducers you have made when you set up your store. So when I set up my store, I already lost where it was. Find my index again. When you created your store, you list your reducers. And by the way, you also list all of your middleware, if you have any. So when you link it up this way, and then when dispatch is called later, your reducers are called every time an action is dispatched. So that the initial load one is maybe not a good example, but if I just look at one of my reducers, like the one for admin start, right? The admin start action is always given the private RSA key that we're going to use as an administrator. And so this reducer is going to take the previous state and then that action, and if the action's type is admin start, it's going to form the new state out of the old state, but with the key overridden with the key from the action. So reducers are pure functions that have no side effects. They just return a new state from a previous state in an action. There's no persistent variables or anything. The only thing that close you could consider is maybe this initial state, and that's just done to seed the initial state, like the name implies. So that's what reducers do. So if you have no side effects, actions go directly to reducers, which go to the next state. Very simple. Now, I do have lots of side effects in my app. Side effects are handled by another stage, which is called the middleware. And I keep forgetting to pin that one. When you create your store, along with the reducers, you can also give enhancers to the store, and one kind of enhancer is middleware, or applying middleware. So middleware is kind of like a reducer, only instead of returning state, you just get to do whatever you want. So an example, middleware for me is a game connection. So if send to game is called, or if the send to game action is dispatched, it calls my send to game function, which goes and sends a string to the as JSON to a WebSocket. So there's no state involved. It's just taking the message from the action and stringifying it through as JSON and sending it to a WebSocket. And you can do anything you want. You can even dispatch more actions. So I have plenty of examples of that. So dispatch is one of the things your middleware is given, and you can dispatch from one action. You can dispatch many other actions and have it conditional, go wild. So I put all of my app's logic in middleware, all of the state transitions in reducers, which I closed. Reducers look like that. Descriptions of what you want done are just strings potentially with arguments, and then all of the DOM is neatly confined away in your React. So you won't see any DOM stuff in Redux, and you won't see any reduction of state or side effects in your React. So I like it because it gives me a clean separation. But you can see how long it took me to explain that the boilerplate is significant. So there's a bit of a learning curve. There's a bit of boilerplate. So Jesta, you're asking what the not is. Did someone already answer that? Yeah, Ultramark did. I do that because, where was that again? Is that here? Yeah, because this is not a Boolean. It's either a string or it's null. So this basically says if it was truthy, turn it into true. And if it was falsy, turn it into false. So it's more or less what do you call that? What's the word? to force, coerce. It's a coercion of type. Or, not that JavaScript has strong types, but this is as close as you can get to coerce the type to a Boolean. And you can tell I don't use TypeScript, and it's kind of like what Adam said. If you ask him why doesn't he use TypeScript, is that he just didn't know it at the time, and it wasn't a priority. So for me, same thing. I don't know TypeScript yet. It hasn't been a priority to learn it, so I'm just sticking with a plain old JavaScript. You guys let me know if I didn't answer any questions. There's a lot of chat sometimes, and I miss questions. Yeah, so just to summarize, I am using React with Redux, and I'm using hooks. So here's an example of another hook. Instead of having this set state and this state at the beginning of your functional component, like right before you render, if you call the useState function provided by React, it returns you two things: the current state of a variable and a function you can call to change that state. And where it's stored somewhere within the closure of this function call. So you can give as an argument some initial state if you want, or you can just give it null or whatever, and it'll tell you every time this is rendered, it'll tell you, what is the current value of that variable, and then what function you can call to change it. And so that's roughly roughly the equivalent of this.state.activePanel. And this is roughly the equivalent of this.setState ActivePanel : something else. Only it's nicely packaged as a function you can call anywhere. And you don't have to worry about this anymore. You don't have to worry about combining this variable with others. React kind of handles it for you. An interesting article from the Redux author relative to what I explained is there. Let me read that article later. I like to read articles. And I collect them in my notes to read later. The hooks are the new way of doing things. It's a new way. The React team is very explicit in saying that they're not going to get rid of class components. They recommend looking into it because in a lot of situations it's very useful and makes it possible to make your code cleaner, but it's completely optional. I like it for one big reason. I have no this anymore. This is confusing to me in JavaScript. So this is no longer a class. There is no this. And I couldn't be happier. It also forces me to be a bit cleaner in that the only thing I'm really doing in the component is rendering. I kind of delegate away to the hooks any kind of state management. And you might ask, why am I not using Redux for this state variable? And that's a good question too. Hey there, Codephobia. Big raid there. How was your stream? I just got done explaining what Redux and React are for me, like in my perspective, and how I integrate them together in this app. And why I'm just explaining why am I using React hooks, which are pretty new. And yeah, so I'm also using Redux. So why am I using a state variable in React? And this is because I don't need this to really be persistent or visible throughout the app. It's just sort of like I use it in whenever I need a local variable, so to speak, that is somewhat persistent. So this is controlling which panel I have open, right? So which tab I have open is a React state. Everything else, though, that I want to be truly persistent for the whole lifetime of the app is in Redux. So, for example, the configuration of the cluster, or the list of tickets, or the list of players, all of those are in my Redux state because they're not only shared between different disparate elements of the user interface, but I don't want them to go away if the component itself goes away. So, for example, this React component is only in the DOM if this panel is selected. So if I flip over to that and then flip back, I would lose any state I had. So if I had maybe sorted that and said online only, flip to a panel, flip back, it would be reset. So putting it in Redux store allows me to not have it reset and stays somewhat more persistent during the lifetime of the app, even if the underlying React component went away, which is pretty cool, I think. All right. So before that explanation, I was in the middle of adding this new panel where I'm going to list what email addresses the server is not going to is sort of blacklisted from being sent. So I'll continue working on that unless you guys have any questions. Yeah, React hooks, mostly good. I would say 85% happy with it. There's 15% that I wasn't so happy about, and it was I ran into a problem with effect hooks. So I'm very careful now about effect hooks because there's some weird interaction, some kind of race between my effect hooks and Redux dispatches that I ran into. So I kind of like said, okay, I won't dispatch anything from effect hooks to avoid that problem. Use the state hook I've had no problems with. Oh, no, there is one thing. One thing with state hooks that's sort of a downer is that you know how you're used to seeing your state with names? Well, when you go to hooks, it's just called state. So let me put that panel up. Actually, this whole UI panel, right? So if I went and showed you that whole thing and selected the that div, one of them. Oh, would it be this? The playing activity. Yeah, so you see where it says state? I can't change that word to say what I want it to say, which is active panel. You can't get it to show active panel there. The reason for that is useState only takes one argument, which is the value. It doesn't take... I would like it to take a second argument, which is what to show in the dev tools for the name of the variable. But yeah, so if you have lots of use states in a component, you'll get a lot of things called state, and the only way you'll know which one's which is it's in the order in which they're called. So it's kind of a downer. So if I were to change anything about the state hook, it would be second argument, maybe optional. That would be like, you know, active panel, and then have that show up here, right? That would be sweet. But I don't think they've done that yet. Maybe they will. I have used Angular, but the problem I had with Angular was I didn't know TypeScript, and so it was a little bit more difficult. So I switched to React because it was actually a little bit easier to learn for me. But I try not to say that React is better. It's just different. Also, there's Vue, right? The big three, React, Angular, and Vue. If you want lots of framework, they're all good for their different reasons. Yeah. I wanted to make it clear myself too. Yeah. Because some people do like start to, you know, put down different frameworks, and I try not to do that. Every framework is good in their own way. You know what I should do while I'm at it? I don't think I actually ever use any props at this level. I bet what I can do is just remove them all. So if I grab that, hit Control D a few times and hit delete, that should actually be good. And then I can actually replace that with empties, parentheses. I don't think that will break anything, so I'm going to go with that. Yep. Svelte. I don't know about Svelte. Let me add that to my list. Yeah, everyone's got different tastes, and it's actually really cool that you can have at least 3, if not more, different choices for framework these days. Okay, I'm adding that panel. It's empty right now. Let me go to it. That panel is the mail panel. Oh, wait a minute. Chicken and the egg, right? I could do the DOM for the panel, but I don't have any data yet. So I need to establish the data for that. I think I will just cram it into the admin reducer. Although it's getting sort of crowded here. At least this will be its temporary home. So this will be mail blacklist. We'll stash it there, right? And then I need to have an action that updates the blacklist. And I think I'll actually make 3 actions. So one will be reflect mail blacklist. So let me add that. Reflect mail blacklist. And I guess I'll just have 2 siblings to it. Added and removed. So I defined the 3 things that can be dispatched to affect the blacklist state. So let me add those cases here. So this one, and then added, just steal from there, and removed, I'll steal from there. All right, so if I get the blacklist, I just say mail blacklist is the action addresses. Because that's what I had in the message, right? And I will see that if I go to network, look at a WebSocket, and click there. So it's addresses. And okay, chat is really active. Just to let you guys know, I'm not used to chat being super active, so I might miss a message. So if there's something you need me to see, please tag me. Otherwise, I'm really just skimming through chat. And if there's anything I should address, I'll get to it. It's great to see you guys chatting. I get just a little nervous that I might be missing something. You guys let me know if I'm missing anything, right? And okay, so if it's added or removed, it's going to be a single address. So I'll do it this way. State.mail blacklist. There. And then removed is a little trickier. There I'm going to do a filter. So it'll be state blacklist filter address. Address is not equal action.address, comma. And if I want to make it more readable, I could do that, I suppose. All right, so the reducers are done, and I need to actually dispatch these in the first place. So that's going to be in response to a side effect, which is the receipt of a message from the server. And let's add them. So I had them corralled somewhere in my unit tests, right? Yeah, so one of them was mail blacklist. So that's one. And then add mail blacklist added. And then removed, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're adding 3 new methods. Trying to keep them reasonably alphabetically ordered. Okay, and they're just going to dispatch things. All right. And then this has to match up with my actions. So reflect mail blacklist. Okay, and I'm going to actually interpret out of that the addresses is the message.addresses. And then this one was added and removed, right? And this is address singular. I think it's just that. Let me confirm from the unit test. Yeah, okay. And that was plural, right, in the initial download? Yeah, all right. So now the side effect of receiving these server messages is to dispatch specific actions, which the reducers catch. So that means now if I run this, I will have collected in the Redux store the blacklist under admin. And this is not a leak. Not a leak. It's a test key, so don't worry. Starting next week, I've got to be careful not to show that when I'm looking at the production server. Otherwise, I'll be in deep doo-doo. All right, here's the mail blacklist. Look, it worked. We got the mail blacklist, so I just need to hook it up to the panel. All right, and here's where I'm kind of weakest, which is pure JavaScript JSX stuff. And I think I'll just copy from another panel. Actually, this had the tickets put somewhere else down here. Yeah, this construction of the DOM, I'm not so comfortable with yet. So I'm just going to copy paste from when I wrote it before and hope for the best. So we have rows of a table, and sure, we'll just copy all this. And we'll change it to match what I want. So instead of tickets, it's mail blacklist. You're gonna hack the Gibson, huh? Yeah, well, that's just my test key. Actually, you know what would be cool? If I could... There's probably a way to do this. If there's a way to hide certain things from this Redux dev tools. Alternatively, you know what I can do is instead of putting it under admin, I could put it under another part of the Redux store that is, I just never expand. Only it does show stuff here. I'll have to think about that. I should probably put sensitive stuff in a place that's not easily seen in the DevTools. All right, so mail blacklist. I don't know what class names I want yet. So I guess I'll just remove class names for now. Well, this is if I wanted a filter bar. I don't think I'm going to put that in yet. So no filter bar. So it really means I don't need that div at all, right? Well, let's leave the div. Actually, why? I don't need a div, right? Just put the table directly here. Encrypt the key with a different key. I heard you like keys, dog, so I encrypted your key with another key so you can have privacy while you're being private. Keys all the way down. That's a good idea, though. I could use a symmetric key encryption and just hide that second key somewhere. And just never show it. Like, it would be... Where would it be? In another JS file I never open? Something like that. Could do something like that. That's a good idea, actually. I don't want to forget that, so... I know it's a little bit amusing to me. I think it actually is a good, serious tip. Type my password again to see it. I would just make sure it never shows up in the dev tools. I don't actually need to see it. Like, even if I see it now, it's meaningless to me, right? I can't... There's no information from here that I can immediately use. I'd have to get the whole string and then pass it to a tool to use it, so... Alright. So it's not tickets. I don't know what class it's going to be. Let's just keep it simple. It's really just one column, right? Do I even need a table? I do want buttons to remove, so... I suppose it makes sense to have a two-column table, right? So address, and then actions, something like that. And then it's not tickets, so it's going to be blacklist. And from the blacklist, we'll map address to, let's just use the address as the key. And I don't need a click handler. So it's just the address, and then I'm going to have a button here to remove. So I'll do that in a minute. Yeah. Let's just for now say remove. And will that work? Let's see if... Oh no, I need to map the prop. So map blacklist to state admin.mail blacklist. Alright, that should work now. Sort of. It looks kind of ugly though. I think that's because that's in a flex container, so it's widening it more than it needs to. It's a way to fix that, right? I think was it just to put it into a div? And then that will not consume the whole... Yeah. Okay, that's a little bit better. I'll style the table later. Okay, so I need a button there. In addition, I need a little form for... a tiny form to add a new address at the end, right? So... Can I build that directly into the table? I can't, can I? But I can make the overall div within a form, right? Yeah, I need to take a quick break, though. I'll be back in a few minutes. Just need to use the restroom. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Thanks for the follow, Sven Supreme. Excuse me. Stretching. Okay. I was going to put a form directly into the table. Oh, thank you, Nui. And I have a form and ticket. Didn't I have a form here? Form. No. Maybe it was this one. New ticket. Form. Yeah, here we go. Let's just copy stuffs. Actually, this is not a good form because it's text area, not input. Add server forms may be a better one. Right. I don't know if I need it to style it yet. Right, I won't just want one of these. And we'll put it as an extra row, right? An input and then a button to add in the second column. And then need to terminate that form. And let's properly indent. Okay. I don't want to press any buttons yet. Okay, unsubmit needs to be defined. Yeah, okay. So essentially I need at least this. I need to prevent the default. Anything else? I need a, what's this host coming from? Copy pasted from somewhere else, third line 35. Oh, yes, so it is, I need a state, I probably used a state hook here, right? Yeah. So let's pull in the state hook. And then make some state. So this is a new address. Set new address is use state default to empty string. So new state goes, new address goes there, and this is on change field set new address. Right, so I like this change field event handler factory. It's one of my favorite things because it's a double arrow function, which confused the heck out of me for a while. And then I realized it's really just a function that returns another function. So it's a function that takes a setter function. So there's three functions. And given that setter function, it returns you a function that, when you call it with an event, calls that setter function with the event's target's value. So that's really, that was really hard for me to wrap my brain around at first, but it's super cool. Another way to think about it is that onChange field is a function factory that takes a third function as a parameter. So it's a factory, meaning it always returns a function, and then the function it returns will behave differently depending on what parameter you gave. So the parameter is the final function you're going to call given an event. So that's yet another way to describe it. I think it's super cool that you can do it all in one line in JavaScript. And I use that as a factory for all my change handlers for DOM elements. So you just take the setter that you get back from the event, from the state hook, and you make that the argument to onChange field. And then you only need one onChange field declaration no matter how many inputs you have, which is super cool. All right, so that should be enough where I can get the form in here. Yeah, so I can type something in here, and that's in my state hook is holding onto that, and then this add will call the onSubmit. So what I want to do there is two things. I want to set the new address to empty string, and then I guess it doesn't really matter before or after, but we're going to take the new address and dispatch it to add to the blacklist. So let's do an on add to blacklist new address. So that's a new prop that I need. Setter is a callback. Yeah, callback is another name for a function object, right? Yeah, so Nui, this is just shorthand for that, pretty much. It's a function that returns another function. There's another clever word for that I don't remember now, but it had to do with you can do the same technique to splice off arguments or add new arguments. Thunk, is that it? Curry was the word. You can curry your function arguments this way. And I know only a tiny bit about it, and I'm still studying that stuff. It's pretty cool. It also makes it look kind of black magic or wizardry, so you can impress your friends. Which the flip side is that it can make the code a little bit unreadable. This runs the danger of being unreadable by a casual observer of JavaScript, right? They'll be like, what the heck? Why are there 2 arrows there? So one could argue that the way Nui wrote it is easier to read because it's more traditional and explicit about what each thing is doing. This is pretty much shorthand that is only readable if you're familiar with that technique. All right. I need this new prop. So what's really cool, again, to re-emphasize the nice things you get out of integrating React and Redux, is the React side. We don't care whether that goes to Redux or something else. From React's point of view, it's just a prop. That is a function that we can call to do what we want. And then independently of this, I can even collapse it. Independently of all that, as long as we map it to a dispatch, we have it do something. So here I will make it a function which dispatches, actually it does have an argument, right, which is the address. It's going to dispatch an action. We have to invent, no, I don't have to invent one. I made one, didn't I? Reflect, oh no, I didn't. That's when it gets added, so I need a new one. I have some ads. Let's do another ad. Add to mail blacklist. Let's call it that. Add to mail blacklist. And while we're at it, let's do the remove from. Remove from. Remove from. Remove from. All right. I just need to remember to handle that in middleware. It's pure middleware that doesn't go to any of our state. What comes back from the server in the reflect that it was added is how we change our own state. Okay, so add to mail blacklist is what action we need to dispatch, and then I'm following the convention of all of my actions take an object argument so that I spread into the action and then add in the type. So this always has to be an object. And another way of thinking of it is all my actions take named arguments in an object. So the name will be address. The cool thing about JavaScript, again, is if the value is to be retrieved from a variable of the same name, you can just say that. So it'll be a key address whose value is what this variable's value was. Very slick. All right, and so that will now map that prop into a dispatch of this action, so I just need to handle that action. That action will be handled in middleware. We can put it in any middleware. I'm going to put it in admin because that's mapping where the corresponding state is kept. Although this is getting kind of long, right? There's a lot of things here. I could, if I refactor this, I could make a blacklist middleware and a blacklist reducer to further segregate pieces. I can do that at any point I want. Hey there, Rita. Doing pretty good. I actually enjoy it whenever I get to work on this front end now because the way I have this React and Redux set up, even though there's a bit of boilerplate, I like the benefits it's given me tremendously. I'm hoping that it's not too hard for people to follow along, though. I don't mind stopping and explaining, which I've done 3 or 4 times now, what elements are React, which ones are Redux, which ones are the integration layer, and what each piece does. But there are a lot of pieces. But I guess I don't mind talking about them because I enjoy them. All right, so this is middleware that is going to handle any actions dispatched to add an address to the mail blacklist. So because the front end is just a thin layer for the game, the work is done by the back end, and the communication is through sending a message to the back end. So that means this handler needs the dispatch function in order to dispatch a send to game, and this needs to match what I had just put into the backend, which was... Actually, did I ever do that? I actually don't know if I did. I don't think I did. So we're going to invent it right now. Mail blacklist add. Actually, let's just make it add to mail blacklist, and then it'll be address, and it'll be I need an action. We'll use object deconstruction here to say the action contains a address. Then I can just say address. Done. Then we're gonna add the remove while we're at it. React is a bit boilerplate-ish, but with the functional React, it got a lot reduced, right? So it's just set up your hooks and then render. So there's no more this state, this set state, and all that stuff. So we're on the right track with React, I think, as a community in reducing the boilerplate. Does it go here? Remove from? I think so. Oh, you got to try it out. It's pretty sweet. Were you here before when I was showing it, Romania? Okay. I don't know if you were here before when I was saying so, but the main thing I like about React hooks is I got rid of classes, and there's no more this. Everything is through either an effect or a state hook for what I use out of React, and so the React part reduces mostly to just the DOM, the component structure, and the side effects, if you have any, go into pretty simple declarations up front, and then the state similarly. I really like it for that reason. Did I get the remove from blacklist wrong? I just never added it. Okay, that's fine. Remove from, make sure I get the name right. Remove, where are you? Remove from mail blacklist. All right. So that will do that. Okay, so let me test that. What'll happen, because the server doesn't recognize the message, it'll disconnect us when we try to use it, which is fine. So if I type in something here to add, we'll get disconnected. I'll see that in this list of network connections. So we got disconnected when we tried to do that message, because the server's like, that message type doesn't exist, it must be a bad client, disconnect them. And then this tool will reconnect to it. Should have. How come it didn't? Interesting. It says it did. Oh no, it didn't disconnect. Interesting. Did I implement that already, add to mail blacklist, and I forgot? It's possible. Where would that have been? Here. No. So why did it not disconnect from me? Weird. Anyway, I don't know. You need a shortcut to duplicate lines? Oh. Yeah, I'm happy with the OS efficiency I have. If I go any faster, I'll end up making more typos. I need to slow down as it is, I think. Yeah, why did this not disconnect me when I did that? I mean, it didn't respond. It probably put an error saying, received unrecognized message. Why did it not disconnect from me? Or maybe I have it set that if you're an admin, it doesn't do that. Let me see. Where would that be? Messaging, I think. Handlers? Yeah. So it should have gone down to here. Oh, no. It would have gone further. Ah, there's a return. Oh, no, that's if it found it in the entry. Oh, it doesn't hang up on us? Huh, did I remove that? It used to. It used to do hang up client when you received an unrecognized message, but now it's not. Wonder why I removed it. We do make sure that they don't spam us though, because that will do a hang up. That does a hang up maximum message frequency exceeded. All right. I don't know why it doesn't hang up, but I removed it for some reason. Okay, don't pay money to Webby. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. Control C, Control V, the highlighted should duplicate. Yeah, there are other acceleration shortcuts. I just don't have them in my memory. Anyway, okay, so it's not going to hang up on us, but it's not handled yet. So I'm going to do that last. I want to add the remove buttons first, though. Rail panel. I'm just going to take that button I did add and replicate it here. And that's going to be a type button remove, and then I need to have a handler. So let's do this. And I'll have on click equals on remove from blacklist. Make it an arrow function so it doesn't evaluate it immediately. And then that is now a new prop that I need, which is similar to the add. It's remove from, which I already did that. So we should be able to actually click that button now, and it will try to send the message. Remove from. Cool. Only the backend is going to say, I don't know what that message means. I need to do the backend stuff. So that's last. VS Code gets you to 90%? That sucks. Sounds like a bug to me. What are we at from me? 0.4%, sometimes 0. So I would say that you have a bug with your VS Code. OBS, I actually thought OBS would be using more than 5%, but pretty good on CPU. Yeah, it should not be using. I'm guessing you have a runaway thread with IntelliSense or something. All right, so I'm done with this front end stuff for now, right? I'll work on the style later. This remove button shouldn't be so big. Same thing with these buttons; they shouldn't be so damn big. I really should have two different styles of buttons. Buttons that are like in a table or in line. These larger ones are fine for like prominent actions. And yeah, let me just work on the back end now. So where would this go? Mail, I suppose. Mail. Yeah, let's just add it here. So it's just a whole new test. So add to mail blacklist. And then I'll make one called remove from. All right, so it'll be similar to probably a ticket thing. So if I go to moderation system, find a test here that relates to adding and removing something, like a simpler test. These are all complicated tests. I collapse everything so I can look at the names only. Here we go, add note by an admin. Let's just copy this. Because it'll be an admin that's doing this to the blacklist anyway. All right, let's look at it. So ticket content doesn't matter. And we don't need anything added. We don't need that. We don't need a number there. We do need that. Okay, so that an admin connects. They send a message, which will be whatever I had this set to. Whatever was in the admin middleware, right? Add to mail blacklist. There we go. Add to mail blacklist, and then I had an address of some kind. So address. So we can put whatever we want here. So I'm going to put pepe@example.com. And the assertion will be, we get a command added to the game state. The command type will be, I added this morning, or yesterday, didn't I? It is add to mail blacklist. And that is the type of the command as well. And then we will expect the address to match. So this string, let me extract that out as a constant up here. Address equals that, and then I can just put the address in two places and not have magic numbers or strings. And then remove these, and that's it. So we'll walk through this so that it's not so mysterious. We're going to so this test is just for one part of the server called the coordinator. The coordinator sits roughly in the middle of everything. So it's mostly concerned with sending messages and receiving messages and acting on behalf of remote agents based on the content of the messages. So one message that will come in is add to mail blacklist. So when we're testing, none of the layers around the coordinator are necessarily the same as what's on the real server. They could be mocks, which are like pretend stripped down versions of these components. So for example, the journal, which is actually storing the request to add the address to the blacklist, is being mocked. So that's just to simplify things. When we mobilize the server, we're setting up all the mocks around it and then setting up the coordinator component to be hooked up to it. And then we're also telling the coordinator through a mock raft that, hey, we are the leader of the cluster. And that's important because if we're not the leader of the cluster, we don't actually directly append to the journal. We would forward the request to the leader to do it. So this just simplifies it, that if we're the leader, we're directly going to do this side effect. And then once we're a leader, we pretend to have a connection come in from an administrator. So that's a combination of logging in, so adding a connection, and then authenticating as an admin. Authenticating as an admin is sending this, and then if authentication was challenges were enabled, there would be an exchange. But for simplicity, I have this setup disabling that through a special flag. Disable authentication. Authentication enabled. So that's a special hack to simplify the test so that we don't need the authentication challenge and response. So it just simply says, okay, you're an admin, fine. Then we remember how many entries were in the journal. We do the thing, and then we check to make sure there's now one more in the journal, and then the new thing added is an add to mail blacklist command that has a matching address. So hopefully, even if you don't understand the guts of what each of these steps is, that it kind of makes sense at a high level view, what we set up, what we told it to do, and then what the side effects should have been. And I like to split, when I can, unit test it up into those three sections. Set up what we're going to test, do the thing that causes the side effects we want to check, then check the side effects. If this actually returns something, we would check the return value here as well. All right, so that's what we expect to happen when we send this add to blacklist command, and then let's do the same thing for the remove. So to testing and remove, we should have something in the blacklist to begin with. So the mail queue is not mocked. We just have an instance of one, and we'll just add to blacklist the address, which means I need to define the address first. Then we're going to mobilize, same thing as before, only instead of add to, it's going to be remove from. And we'll expect another command, but this kind of command will be a remove from blacklist. And then it'll have the same address in it. So our tests are set up, and we'll make sure that they fail to begin with, because I didn't actually implement the code. It's just the test that I did first. And if I were to look at why it failed because we expected 2 entries in the journal and there's only 1. Because it was ignored. So now we will stop ignoring this command. The first step is to go and add it to the table of client message handlers. And I have a bunch of boilerplate locked away within these I call them evil macros. They handle the difference if you receive the message from the client at a leader server or a follower server. The pathways are different, and this kind of handles those different pathways and reduces it down to just 2 functions. Check to make sure if we want to do something. If so, then do something. Macros are evil, yeah. So this is going to be add to mail blacklist. Oh, and these are for normal non-administrator clients, and these are for administrator clients. So it's a special one for administrator clients. Register admin message. Add to mail blacklist, and then we say what subsystem handles it, which will be mail. And then we'll do the same thing for remove from. Remove from blacklist. So if we look at these macros, essentially they're going to call something that takes 2 function arguments. This is C++ equivalent of those the double arrow functions that we have to construct. We have to have some functions that are going to be then passed to this other function. Just made a lie out of other lies. See, that's why macros are evil. Function like macro, exactly. It looks like a function, but it's really a macro that expands to this, which really is a function call. And that function call actually calls 2 more functions which themselves return functions. The make pre-command check takes the address of the real check function and then returns a closure for it, which closes on the subsystem that we want to route it to. I didn't say it was weird, did I? I said it was, the shorthand was not as readable unless you're familiar with the syntax. Same thing here. If you're not familiar with macros, like this glue syntax, it's just as bad. This I would consider under the hood. A casual reader, I would expect that they only read this far, and they're like, okay, registering this will be a message. It'll be handled by this subsystem, and then the convention will be there'll be 2 methods: this check and then that make command. The way this glue works. So. And the way the fact that I'm justifying all that confirms my guilt. Mail does not have any other handlers, does it? No. So this will be a first, I think. So let me look at another subsystem that has handlers, because I have another macro for this. Was it declare client message? Yes. See how it expands to that glue? Or that garbage. So we're going to do the same thing in the mail system. And let me put it up here. So this will be that we declare that we handle add to blacklist. And then while we're at it, the other one. Remove from blacklist. So just like those declarations, we need to have them have their expansions, which is there's a check function with a certain signature, and then there's a make command with a certain signature. So mail.cpp has to have those 2 functions. The check, so it'll be matching this symbol, but with check at the end. And then the other one is make command. So that is this signature. And again, it's this and then make command. There. So those are the required. This needs to be mail subsystem. There we go. Yeah, the unit tests bolster the confidence. Exactly. %100% coverage is really hard to get. I would go with the 80-20 rule. You can get 80% coverage. The 20% left, expect that to take as long to cover 80% of that as the first 80%. I've seen 100% before, but only on really trivial code. Code that has very few branches in it. So the more complicated code gets, the harder it is to get 100, and then I go with the 80-20 rule. Yeah, the 80% minimum make a pull request sounds reasonable to me. You guys have heard about the 80-20 rule, right? 80-20 rule. I guess it's got a fancy name called the Pareto principle. Roughly 80% of the effects come from 20% of the causes. 80% of sales come from 20% of the clients. So mathematically, I mean, there are other references to it in computing. The top 20, Microsoft noted that fixing the top 20% of the most reported bugs, 80% of the related errors and crashes will be eliminated. So it comes up a lot, the 80-20. I think I might be abusing the term a little bit by saying the rough breakdown will be like half of your time will be spent on 80% coverage, the other half will be then subdivided, roughly speaking. Well, yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, so the check, we don't need to check the command because it's confirming an administrator, so we'll just blindly do it. And the make command will be simply to construct the command to be put into the journal. So I'm going to cheat and copy from something else that does a similar thing. Yeah, this kind of a thing. Actually, this is too long. Let me pick a shorter one. These are all long. I want a short one. Give me a short one, please. Maybe not an auth. How about config? Make command. These are all long. Moderation. Why am I so unlucky? Okay, here's a shorter one. There's certain aspects of the boilerplate here that I just rather not retype. So add to mail blacklist, and then we'll just change the name here. And we only have address, right? So we'll get that from the message. And just to be safe, we'll declare what type we interpret the JSON value as, and then this stuff goes away. I guess that's all I really needed. And so we're going to do the same thing for the remove. Yeah. Copy pasta. Remove from, and then some of these get capitalized. And there we go. Go back to our tests. Hopefully it passes now. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, no, this I run into occasionally. That's a tool chain hiccup. Build again, it goes away. Don't know why I get that, but once in a while. Something to do with, I think, one theory is that the plugin for the unit test gathering is holding that exe open at the time, and so the linker can't write to it. That's my theory. The way to test it, I guess, would be uninstall the VS Code plugins that manage this list of tests and then see if the problem goes away. All right, everything's passing again. Yeah, well, build, failed, build. It's tool interaction, I'm pretty sure. Zipf's law. Is that... Did I misquote it then? It's not the 80-20 rule, it's something else? What's Zipf's law? Zipf's law. Zipf's law. Frequency of any word is inversely proportional to its rank in the frequency table. Did I get the right one? I have a feeling I got the wrong one. Maybe Zipf has more than one law. That's fine. I have a feeling it's not 80-20 rule, but it's the same numbers. It's like... Yeah. Let's not belay the point. Okay. Code's in place. Let me restart the cluster. Again, this is going to be more painful when I have this in production, isn't it? Makes me think I should put some time into automating that process. All right. So ready to add stuff to the blacklist. Actually, let me try remove first. Okay, it didn't do anything. What did it do? Let me refresh. I know what it did. Remove. It did not do anything. Why not? Did it affect the state at all? Let's see. Let's look at the journal first. Stage. I need stage. Stage. The journal. Go to the end. Okay, so it was in the journal. Did it not get executed? Oh, yeah, I forgot that part. The executor doesn't know what to do with that. Okay, so the command is getting into the journal and getting replicated, but the servers are like, the executor's like, I don't know what to do with that. Yeah, so I need to fix that. Let's first collapse the state down with the snapshot. Boom. So it'll still be in there under mail, blacklist. Let me fix the executor. I forgot to do that completely. Every time the most common thing occurs, the second common thing occurs 1/2 the time. Oh yeah, yeah, I see. Automating is great. I will probably want to do that after the first few deployments. Because right now, when I have a new version, it'll be a process of I need to package it, then upload it. It'll appear here as a version, and then I'll be like one at a time dragging down, and then each one will take a few seconds, and I have to update all 3 versions. Actually, it'll be less painful if I build it with an optimized build, so because it should be a lot faster. Right now, it's pretty slow, though. Murphy's Law applies to everything, except for when you want it to, Jelmega. When you want Murphy's Law to apply, it won't. Okay, so the executor needs to handle this. I completely forgot to do it. So let's add some executor tests. So this is add to mail blacklist, and then remove. Each piece of the server has its own responsibility. The executor's responsibility is to take a command and actually perform it. So we'll want to set up the... What do we want to set up? I don't think we need to set up anything special for add. We just mobilize. And yeah, let's copy the structure. There's arrange, there's an act and an assert of some kind. That's a second order Murphy's Law. You know, it's infinite order, right? It's just every level. There's no way around it. Murphy will get you in the end. Okay, so this is an add to mail blacklist. And I suppose we should just make the address constant up here. It can be whatever we want. The address is the address. Make a journal entry, put the command in the journal entry, publish that it's new, and then publish that it's been committed. What we'll expect to happen is that the executor will blacklist that address. So I can simply say expect true. The mail queue is blacklisted address. All right. Okay, that's the add. And the remove is slightly different. We will first blacklist it, add, then pretend that we're removing, or tell the executor we're removing. And then expect that it's no longer blacklisted at the end. There we go. These will both fail. Fail and fail. All right. Executor is somewhat similar to the coordinator in that it has its own table. And I have a harder time finding its table for some reason. That's not it. Here it is. Add to mail blacklist should go to on and then the same thing, and then remove. I didn't bother to use macros here because there are no subsystems. They're just mapping strings to functions, and then it's just copied, and then add to mail blacklist is the command. So that's the command up here. And the way we handle it, and oh, I should update this, adding an address to the mail blacklist. Okay, so it's implemented simply. Game state mail queue add to blacklist command address. That's it, and then we don't need to return any feedback to the coordinator. So remove is the same way, only the opposite. I'm just keeping them alphabetized. Remove. So it goes here. Remove from by removing an address from. All right. Oh, extra blank line. I am super nitpicky about that. All right. Run the tests again. Pass, pass, and start the cluster again. Now, one more time, we should be able to, when that comes up, it goes green, I can go, should get me the blacklist. Did it get removed? How come it's not on the list? Did it get stripped off somehow? Oh, thank you, Goon Pontoon. The name, huh? It's Latin. Because it's easy to find Latin names that haven't been reserved. It's harder with English names. Yeah, somehow the mail blacklist got cleared. Why would that happen? I thought I collapsed the state so it should have been in the list. Well, let's try add. Bob at example.com. All right. Now they're blacklisted. Now let me, okay, they got blacklisted 3 times. Oh, because we're hearing back from all 3 servers, so it's adding redundant entries. I need to fix that. That's a bug. It means all realms or all kingdoms. Omnia is like all or everything or something like that. Okay, let me test that this doesn't... Somehow the blacklist got cleared and I don't know how. Okay, is it cleared by the snapshot? Snapshot and then restart. No, I don't know what happened. Anyway, it's blacklisted again, and the side effect should be that this yellow text should go away as soon as I remove that. Oh, look at that. And if I add it back, it worked. Okay, I just need to fix this problem. So this problem really is if a server tells us something's been added and it already is on the list, we just ignore it. So that's a front end thing. Oh, Ultima is, I guess I didn't think about that. There's a lot of similar letters between Ultima and Omnia. Ultima comes up as a game that inspired me to make the game I'm making now. Omnipotent means all powerful. Yeah, omni, all. Yep. Oh, did I spoil it for Goon Pontoon? Sorry. Sorry, playing with Skizzers. That was not... I shouldn't have answered that. Yeah, what is... do I have the... I don't have the name of the game up here anymore. I don't want to spoil it. You can figure it out, right? Yeah, the reason I went with Latin words is sometimes they sound cool, but more importantly is I couldn't find any English names that weren't already the name of a website, book, rock band, or product. So it turns out that you have a lot better success rate registering names if they are in ancient languages. Add the spoilers tag to my mouth. Yeah, I don't know Latin, so I actually don't know if I have the tense correct on that name. That's going to be a problem until someone who knows Latin says, hey, you got the name of your game wrong. Okay, front end. The reducer needs to be updated, right? So it shouldn't just blindly add it. It should only add if it's not there. So you can make it conditional. If state.mail blacklist.find action address, then return state. There we go. So that should fix it. This should only show up once. So if I add Alex at example.com, I get a crash. It's not a function. Not a function. That's weird. Why does it think the address is a function? I have no idea why this is saying that needs to be a function. Did I miss some punctuation here? It is an array or a list. What do you call that? An array or a list? So you would think find would work on it. Some macro happening here. Well, this is JavaScript, so I don't know. Didn't have that function in prototype. Well, it's whatever type you get when you use that. What is VS Code telling me it is? It's not telling me anything now. Yeah, action address is a string. So I'm... Okay, when that's added, it's also a list. I guess I can debug it. when you add it to the list here. Let me debugger it. When in doubt, debugger it. So let's remove them. Add. All right. That's a string. That is an array. And I don't know why it jumped to there. Okay, it got to the second one. Why is it still 0 length? Why is it going back to there? Is that throwing an exception? Is that why? So that's it's throwing an exception there. Yeah. 3 times. Oh, it's a function? Oh. It needs to be a function. Okay, yeah, you guys are right. So frisbee gets a point. +1 for frisbee. Yeah, so it's find address where address equals the action address. I'm just used to C++. All right, so add Alex. Oh, I still have a debugger in there. So it only adds it the first time. Okay, let's remove the debugger. Remove. Nice. Okay. And this still works, right? It shows up, it's blacklisted, and then I remove it, no longer blacklisted. Nice. Okay. Sweet. Let's check it in. Okay. Get the GUI. We go. It's a fair amount of work to do this, wasn't there? Oh, the entire panel I didn't check in. So this is adding the entire panel. Add ability for admins to list, add, remove, mail blacklist. That's too long. To list, add, and remove addresses on the mail blacklist. So this is admin level mail blacklist controls is the subject. You know when I'm going past 80 character limit in editor? That's what this guideline is for also. In Git GUI, I don't have that guideline. I wish I kind of did. Some of the other the GUIs for Git have that. I guess I'm not too pedantic about Git commit line lengths. In my code, I am a little bit more conscious of it. Ah, I see. Okay. I think I'm done with the blacklist for now. So what was next? And that took 3.5 hours just to do that? That's okay. It takes as long as it would. I thought that would only take like half an hour. That's how wrong I am about how long it takes me to do stuff. Kraken. Several months to start up. Does it really take does it take that long to start up Git Kraken? I didn't go with Git Kraken mostly because it was not free or it was hooked into GitHub too much or something like that. I don't remember now. Okay, I guess I'm working on emergency controls. So permitting or suspending new account creation. So that is really mostly a front-end thing because that's already in my configuration. I really just want a quick way to flip it on and off. So that's in here as something, permit new accounts. So I just need a quick GUI thing that turns that on and off and maybe displays if it's on and off. Maybe it's just a check mark. And where are we going to put this stuff? How about if we have... I'll probably want to change this icon for tickets into something that looks like a ticket of some kind. And then make like... Either you reuse that icon for emergency controls or... actually, maybe I could put it under settings here. Actually, maybe I'll do that because that's the default screen, right? Or is it the cluster status the default? Cluster status is the default. Is that what I want? Or do I want this to be the default? You know, I'm just going to put it here for the time being. And that is, what? Can't remember. Panels. Is it settings? And that's shared between admin and non-admin. Right, because right now the only setting a normal player has is the log out button, right? Or delete my account and log out. Yes. Admins don't have a delete my account. Non-admins do, and they also everyone has a log out button. All right. So this is more admin controls. I should probably refactor this out as another component, right? Like admin settings. Well, let's do that. I feel like doing that. So this will be just admin settings. And then this is what that returns. Right? So new component up at this level called admin settings. And then const admin settings equals some props goes to return that. And then our Redux integration. So we need some of these things. I don't know how many. I don't know. Grab some stuff. We don't need effect. We need connect. We don't need toaster or the tooltip. All right. Admin settings is the name of the component. So we have on download configuration that we need. So that probably gets removed from this app, right? Oh, not app. What am I thinking of? Settings panel. Yeah, so that got removed. So I basically just get to move it around. It moves from there down to here. And that's it, right? So it should... Oh, I broke something. Admin settings is not defined. Oh, because we need to import it. Import admin settings from add, how many levels? Views? No, this level, right? Yep. Get root props is not defined in admin settings, really? Oh, that was a hook. Yeah. That's a drop zone thing. Yes, this whole thing moves to here, which means I need the callback hook, class names, and drop zone. I don't need that, do I? That was app only. On change configuration moves. Not defined. Oh, indeed. Not defined. Define it, please. Thank you. Cool. So that is a non-admin view of it, and there's the admin view of it. Nice. Oh, Adam C. Eunice uses. Oh, I see. Yeah, when you say Adam, I jumped to Adam 13531, but you meant C. Eunice. Got it. The duck. What does Adam Duck actually mean? I never actually asked. I see people use it, but I don't really know what Adam Duck means. Does that mean that it looks like a duck, acts like a duck, it quacks like a duck? That was a refactoring. I split out the admin settings from the settings panel. So a little bit of cleanup. So player console refactoring. Split out admin settings from the settings panel. Rubber duck debugging. Okay. Oops, I don't need to sign it. Commit. GC and push. Oh, explain it line by line to the duck? I guess that's what I do. But you guys aren't ducks. You guys can send the duck debug emote, but you're not ducks. You're people. All right. Now that it's cleanly separated, I can add junk to it and not worry about this admin crap. Actually, I can remove admin completely if it was there. It was all not there anyway. All right. Yes, so I could actually further split it, can't I? If I wanted to, that's just the configuration part, and then I'm adding another part onto it. Whack, whack, whack. You're not a duck. You're just a... No, you're a duck that knows how to speak English, apparently. Yeah, I don't know for sure. If for all I know, playing with Skizzers is a very talented duck who can play Apex Legends really well. And who knows PHP. You know, there's nothing that proves that he isn't a duck. Alright. Another H2, I guess? This will be... do I even need a heading here? It kind of goes with configuration. What if I just put it in that div? Except this was one div, so it's another div after that. Yeah, there we go. Hey there, Z. I am doing good. How are you doing? Or I should say I'm doing well. Rosam, you can always make duck jokes. That's fine. That's true. That might not have been the real Goon Pontoon. That it might have been just your human double. Who knows? Yeah, sure, you can be a swan, reset in peace. That's fine. Alright, so this div will contain... I think I'm just going to keep it simple and make a checkbox. I had a checkbox in the login screen, didn't I? I'll only copy from there. Login. Was that sitting outside? No, it was a dialogue. I have a special section for dialogues. Login dialogue. Yeah, here we go. So I had like a checkbox. Is this it? Yeah, there we go. So I have no idea why I have an empty span there. Empty span. This was it though, right? So that's the basic structure. Now let's change it up. So do I need an ID? Oh, the ID matches the label, so I do need an ID. And name. Okay, we shall call it permit new accounts. Ducks are actually aliens from another... No, that's dolphins, Goon Pontoon. Dolphins are from another planet. Remember? Goodbye, and thanks for all the fish and all that. Let's see. Checked will be new accounts permitted. And then this will be on toggle new accounts permitted. Permit new accounts. Omnia Reignia is the name of the game. So if you go there now, I'll show you what you'll see. You'll just see a placeholder. Now, hopefully, if all goes well, what you'll see Monday is this. Actually, you won't see that initially. You'll see that. Maybe I'll end up putting this back as the title when you're not logged in. But you'll, I'm trying to get this to be a platform for a new game. And my goal is to, whether or not I'm ready to start pushing this online on next Monday. So you'll, on Monday, hopefully if all goes well, you'll be able to hit that button, register a new account, and then once you're logged in, you get to the screen I was just at. If I typed in my password correctly, you'll see this. And hopefully not too long after that, like, I don't know, sometime in May or June, we'll actually show a game world here with in-game chat here. And the controls at first are just going to be logging in, changing your email address. The email address is only if you forget your password. And change your account name, downloading your data or deleting your account if you want to, and reporting issues in the game, and then seeing status on issues. I need to clean this up. My apologies for the mess. But that's what I'm working towards. Thanks for the title, Z. Oh, Spheris, you've been lurking. Well, and thank you for lurking, and good luck with your streams. You guys should check out Spheris' stream when you have a chance if you haven't. Spheris is working on a game in Unity. And I admire anyone who works on game dev. Unity is a lot different from what I do. A lot of C#, a lot of framework for games already written for you, whereas my stream is doing it from scratch mostly. Yeah, so if you have any questions, who was it that asked? Z, if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I do have some commands that explain certain things. And that notebook that Playing with Skizzers linked to is in OneNote, so you should be able to read it. And there's just an overview of some ideas. We're at the very early stage of game hooks and ideas and style. There's not a whole lot of concrete defined yet, but these are the two ways in which I want to make my game stand out from others. I want, when you go from one area of the game to another, to have either subtle or radical changes to the UI, similar to what you have in Evoland and Mario Galaxy and others. And the second thing is I want to kind of integrate it with my Twitch stream, so there'll be a bot in the channel. It'll probably be run by the game itself, so there'll be tight integration between the game and the stream. And I'll be developing the game live on stream. So you'll see me as I'm streaming represented in the game with probably an avatar that's much cooler than the ones you guys. I'm just kidding. I'll be in there distinguished by a different kind of avatar, and like in Ultima Online, if you're really crafty, maybe you'll be able to kill me. I don't know. Or kill my player character. That is. Yeah, so it'll be fun. I've been working on this since November, and I spent a lot of time building up both the front-end and back-end infrastructures. There's a lot of things under the hood that it's a little bit more visible if I show the admin side. So there are 3 servers in the background. They are coordinating with each other. There's a leader server, which happens to be 10 right now. And state is replicated across servers. I can add and remove servers at will. And I can snapshot the game state to back it up. And I can have multiple versions of the game code, and I can manage them there. I don't have any uploaded right now. But it took many months to build this stuff up. You can kill my character. Yeah. I should put that in there somehow. I should bury in there some kind of secret thing you can find, some secret item in the game that you can slay my avatar in the game, and then maybe you get some kind of reward. That's the kind of thing that I'd really like to have in the game. What are you going to be able to collect in the game? Inventory? Well, I've been inspired mostly by RPGs like the Ultima series, really old games. So it's sort of open-ended at this point, but I'd like to have fantasy content in the game. So either quests that you have to go on, I like puzzles, so I might hide things in the game that you have to search for, things you have to figure out. Or I just might have the more traditional elements that I have listed here, like leveling up, increasing your fortune, so finding treasure in the game, working together in groups to fight more powerful. This is standard RPG elements, really. Maybe when you're streaming, there's a special quest you have to find, and it's only available when you're streaming live. Oh, that's interesting. I like that idea a lot. So one of the things I like to do in my stream, if I get cool ideas from viewers, I will put it in my notebook and then not... I might forget it temporarily, but when I go back through my notebook, I'll find it again. So when I'm looking for ideas on things in the game, I'll find this later. I really like that idea. That when the stream is active, because the bot will know that it maybe activates some area of the game that you can go into. That would be sweet. Well, thanks, Goon Pontoon. Yeah, it's hard to show the back end other than to show you the debug console for it, which looks like this, and it's just a lot of cryptic stuff going on. Mostly it's related to me logging in as an admin, but complete with our own inside jokes, right? It'll be more interesting to my viewers when there's more front-end visual content, I think. Yeah, and again, if I'm missing chat, tag me so I make sure I see it. Sometimes I miss it, and then I regret missing it later. Well, right back at ya, Goon Pontoon. There's my other cactus. Oh, yeah, confirmed. You never know. Maybe I am EJ. No, he's much better speaker than I am. All right, the permitting or suspending new account creation. I'm adding that, right? That is a new checkbox here. I have saved it. How come it doesn't show up? Oh, because I didn't hit save. New accounts permit is not defined, and so these are props. Let us put those in. So N, and then we'll have the toggle do nothing for now. So let's just have it do nothing. How do you have it do nothing? Empty brackets. And then let's do the prop first. So that's this prop. I want to pull it directly from the configuration. So that is state configuration server, I think. And here's where I'm not too sure, so I gotta look it up. So the configuration reducer, right, has server, and then that object will match exactly what we get for the main game configuration. So it's a key directly under that. Permit new accounts. There we go. Let's see if that much works. Yep, permit new accounts. I need to make it look prettier. I should probably put this whole thing within one of those containers, single column grids that puts space between them, right? So what if I do that? So that would be a div with a certain class that I had made before. What was it? It's like grid single column or something. Grid single column, there we go. It's just a trick using the CSS grid to give it some space. So now there's a little bit of space between there. We can see that with this tool here. Actually, I can just hold the mouse over there. You can see it's div, grid, single column, and then I have spacers between. All right. Oh, let's just have it say as the whole string. Permit new accounts. All right, now to turn it off, I need to implement that. So let's have it dispatch an action to do that. Dispatch actions, toggle new accounts permitted. Let's keep it simple, right? So that'll be a new action we can dispatch. Toggle. I already have toggle persistent login. Let's copy paste that. new accounts permitted. And N comes before T. Okay, so I can't just reduce that. That is sending a new configuration to the game, so that needs to go to middleware. And that's an admin feature, right? So we'll put it under admin middleware. So down at the bottom in the table, actions toggle on toggle. So we'll make that a new handler. And I'm going to need dispatch for sure, because that's really going to just dispatch another action. EJ does stream either Apex Legends or occasionally EU Truck Simulator or Food.exe. He hasn't streamed in a while though, has he? Maybe he's been busy. Okay. Didn't I already have something that did this configuration stuff? It was when we had changing versions, right? Change server version, here it was. Right, so we got config, changed it, and then remove server did it more directly, didn't it? Right, it formed a new configuration and then dispatched it, so that's exactly what I want. So that's the config. We get it. And I want to form a new config. Do I do this realm thing? No. New config is the old config with that key turned on or off. So where is that key again? I would find that under admin settings, wouldn't I? Permit new accounts, yeah. So it's going to be the inverse of what it was. Config.permit new accounts. And that is dispatched as a change configuration action. Done and done. Let's see if it works. Okay, get state is not defined. Now it is. G comes after D. All right. Let's see if it works. Yay, it worked. So the way I can double check that is it should have made a new version of the configuration. What's the easiest way to see that? Probably if I go to the peek into the back end and see it. Stage, and I'll just look at the overall orchestrator config. Kitty cat's yelling at me. Do you want to be on stream? They can't hear you. You're not loud enough. I fed him this morning. I don't know why he's yelling at me. He's not close enough for me to grab and show you guys either. He's not like Raven, who will just go in front of the camera every once in a while. No, I'm pretty sure it's a cat. You're a cat, right? Yeah? He's winking at me. I think it means that he sees my recognition. All right. The configuration version is here. So that number changes along with the permit new accounts. So if I go and flip that flag again, we should see it bump again. Bump. And there we see 1466, and now it's true. Bump. 1467, false. Isn't that sweet? So I have this funny emote I made. That's him when I was brushing his head back, and his eyes do that. He's really yelling at me now. You want to be on stream? I can show you guys. He's loud enough to have qualify for interrupting the stream. So hold on a second. Let me just mute the camera for a second. I'll be 2 seconds here. Okay, you want to see this beast? He actually jumped away to the back door when he saw me get up, because he's like, oh, I'm getting what I want now. What I want is to be let out. So I'm going to let him outside. But before I do, say hello, Casper. Hello. So I need to go let him out. I'll be right back. There are 4 things that he demands of me. Food, to be let outside, to be let inside, and to be groomed. I say mute, but what is the technical term? Hide? Show? Yeah, that's Kite. He got groomed, officially groomed to now he's a short-haired cat for a while. Casper Kite. See ya, Jelmega. So I'm done with the toggler for that configuration. So I can do the same thing for a lot of these other things, right? I need to have a flag for that. I don't have one right now. This one requires orchestrator. Okay, yeah, none of these actually are as simple as this one. Yeah, I just use the word mute, I guess, because to me it's the same thing. Stream-wise, I just stop the input. But it is sort of a funny term, isn't it? All right, let's just check in this part. This is adding a quick toggle for... So this, I call this an emergency control, because let's say someone writes a horrendous bot that is now opening up hundreds of new accounts per second. I can, as an emergency step, log in and just flip that button off, and now you can't create a new account. Let me test that. I should be able to go to here and log out. Try to, yeah, see, it says new accounts not permitted at this time. And if I were to flip that on and then reload, now we can do it. And if we happen to get to this point and it's been turned off, if I try to create an account, it should tell me an error. New accounts cannot be created at this time. Interesting that this isn't always updating. Huh. Weird. That should update, because what it should be doing is going to the client configuration side. And that should be flipped. I wonder if I'm writing too fast to S3. This will have said so, right? Oh, maybe I'm not printing something when I write to S3. Oh, wait a minute. No, I had that turned off. That's off. So why did it show up as not permitted briefly? Weird. Anyway, I can turn that back on. Yeah, let me double check that. That's write client. Yeah, it's false. So why would it have showed a grayed out before? Oh, I think I might know why. No, I don't. I don't know why it grayed out for a minute there. Anyway, I'm checking this in, right? So that's that. Player console add switch, admin switch for permit new accounts. Permit new accounts. Got it. All right. Things that make you go, Hey there, said who? Hey, you're blue today. Weren't you red before? How are you doing, said who? You're sneaking in with the blue color, just like Goon Pontoon. Okay. Yeah, so that and that are now... Okay, it's all working. Moving on to the next thing, I guess. Blue is best? Should I change my color to blue? Maybe. Suspending the email queue completely. I don't have that setting anywhere. Yeah, so that's in case my email system gets abused somehow. I can just turn it off. So, yeah. Yeah, we need to do the obvious, which is don't send email during a suspension. And then the not so obvious is while it's suspended, we want to warn players that probably on this main screen here. Oh, I did the wrong one. I'm going to have to get my key back. Projects. Test key. It's not really secret. I'm just dragging the private key there. NUI is not blue anymore. NUI is yellow. But I'm used to NUI being blue. Now NUI is yellow. Or is it gold? Yes, so... Oh, actually, what I wanted to show was when I was logged out, right? If we get to here and the emails queue is disabled, we should probably put a warning here saying the system is currently not sending emails. There may be a delay in sending it, or something like that. Some kind of warning here. So that means I kind of wanted to show up in the client configuration too, which is client configuration. So it's not here yet. We have the permit new accounts, but we don't have the new flag. So I need to add the new flag there and in the server config. Show the warning here, and then have a toggle at this level for that. Oh, it said who's back to... Oh yeah, you weren't red before, you were orange. Why did I think you were red before? I don't remember. Red is the color of fire and venomous insects. Blue is the color of water and sky. Yeah, it's like if you're, what, Twitch Turbo or Twitch, whatever it's called, Twitch Prime or something like that, you can pick whatever color, whatever RGB value you want. Goldenrod. Nice. All right. Should I go ahead and do the front end work since it's fresh in my mind? Let's do that. So it takes you away from the channel. No! Don't leave me! Okay. Let's do it from the actions down. So this will be toggle mail queue. Toggle mail queue. Let's call it suspension. Mail queue suspension. All right, and then oh, it's prime. Okay, I thought it was either prime or turbo. I didn't remember which one. Yeah, that's right. You also get cool different variations for the emotes. So this goes again to this middleware, right? Toggle mail. M comes before N. There we go. Better. And then that's mail queue suspension. So this will be very similar to the other one. I'm just going to copy pasta it. Oh, that's missing a semi. Yeah, there we go. So this is just going to be mail queue suspended. I should probably be consistent. DED on all of those. There we go. Mail queue suspended is not mail queue suspended. Okay. And then in the panel, admin settings, it's just another checkbox underneath the first one. Suspend mail queue. Mail queue suspended. Oh, Prime members got turbo automatically? Really? I thought they were separate for some reason. On toggle, mail queue suspended. Props. Alright, do the dispatch one first. Toggle. Mail queue suspended. And the state prop. The state configuration server. Mail queue suspended. Alright. So that doesn't exist yet. Let's go ahead and add it to the what am I calling this? The template for the configuration, which is down here. And I haven't really been diligent in keeping this alphabetized, sorted alphabetically. Let's just put it near the other one. Let's say that is false. And then let's take this and add it to the game configuration while we're at it. So I can write to it while it's running, I think. And this one is kept alphabetically. So that belongs not there, but there. Now when I, is that right? When I stop and start this, it'll be in all the Realm servers now. Let me verify. If we look at any Realm servers configuration, it should be there. Configuration. Mail queue suspended false. Okay, so it exists in the configuration now. Nice. All right. Check that it worked. Okay, I didn't change the label. Suspend mail queue. All right. So front-end work is done. Sort of. Actually, no, there's the feedback loop, right? So there's more events for that. Or is it just the reducer? I think it's just the oh no, it's already built into the configuration reducer. I don't need to worry about that. Okay, good. So the backend then. I guess the easiest way would be to search for this string. Okay. Right, so to include it in the client configuration, do I have a test for this? I do. I think. Yes, okay, so this is one test that we will write the client configuration when it changes, so we just need to update this expectation, so we will include, oh, thanks for the follow. Zitterul? I hope that's how you say it. I'm not sure how to pronounce X's. Technically speaking, they're pronounced differently depending on the language. Mail queue suspended is a new flag. We'll just set it to false here. I need to have that in the main configuration file that this test uses, though, so that's here. And then, so we expect it to show up there, and what are these other tests doing? That they're notified if it changes. Okay. Oh. That's probably how it was working. It's we were logged in when the change happened, so when we logged out, we saw it. Okay, that makes more sense to me. That's how it got grayed out before. So yeah, it'll show up there, and it'll show up here too. How is that test different from this one? Hold on a second. Sorry. How is this different from the other one? Clients notified by leader when client configuration changed. And what about clients notified by follower? Okay, it's by follower. Okay, never mind. That's the same thing. Okay, have a great day, Zitterul. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for watching. They are the same. Yeah, I thought they were different, but yeah, things change. Who knows? Register check. Okay, that's where the flag is actually checked when you try to make a new account. Okay, here's where... So at this point I can run the unit test and see them fail first, right? And then I'll want to add another unit test that checks to make sure an email is not queued if... Or an email is not sent. I think what we'll do is we'll permit queuing, but we will not send if it's suspended. Yeah. Okay, so let's run the test. I think I actually said something different in my plan. Yeah, so let's say do not send. Or do not... Actually, I think we will do this. But we will not do this part of it. So we'll queue, but we just won't dequeue or send during suspension. That way our player can request a password reset, and it'll eventually go through if I unsuspend, if I resume the queue without purging it. Okay, yeah, I expected those to fail, because it's not including the new item. And this one is... Did I update that one? Yeah, so that's not being written out, so we're gonna fix that now. And that's here, I believe. Update client configuration. So I just need to include the new one. Mail queue suspended. And rerun those tests. Oh shoot, which one was it? I guess I'll run them all again. Okay, assuming that that works, what's next? I guess I go by the search here. Yeah, having logic somewhere that actually uses the flag, so that it's actually not too difficult, right? It's... Oh, before I write the code, I should write the test for it. Oh yeah, your Twitch... What is it that... Some things renew and other things don't, right? I know that Twitch Prime subs don't renew. What about Twitch Prime itself? Oh, guess who's asking to be let in? I'll be right back. Guess who wanted to be let back in? Guess who wanted to be let back in? He wanted back inside. Now he's like, why are you holding me up here? I don't know. Kitty. Yeah, that's my kitty. Or sometimes my beast. Yeah, he's gonna want to be let out again, I'm sure. He's like in a testy mood today for some reason. Okay, the test passed now. Cool. So let me make a new test to make sure that emails aren't sent. So that's in the mail system. And let's take a test that actually sends a mail and make a variation on it. Yeah, so one of these. Yeah, so we'll take this, leader send mail, and I'm going to make a modification of it. Mail not sent. if queue suspended. Are you gonna stream soon, Setu? If you guys haven't seen Setu's stream, you should check it out. He is great at showing GPU shaders in Shader Toy on his stream, so it's a great visualization of math. For people who think math is boring, one cure for that possibly is to show visualization of math on GPU shaders. So, Setu is known to have played around with fractals, and he's even made a Minecraft redstone simulation in GPU. So, fun stuff. Let's see. Suspended. Right, so if it goes to the web gate as a mail to be sent out, that means it was sent. So we're going to, instead of asserting we get one, we'll expect that it's just 0, and then I don't need to check anything else, because that's it, right? Oh, wait a minute, I should check that it's not DQ'd. So we should go through all the journal entries, make sure it's not DQ'd. So I will do this much of it. Actually, I don't need this flag because I can just expect false. Yeah, expect false. We should not get a DQ of any mail in response to this if we set the configuration to turn it off. So what was that? Set configuration? Here it is. So get a configuration, change it, and then set it. So up here. The settings is going to be that flag. Permit, no, mail queue suspended. Equals false. No, true. We want true. Yeah, there we go. There's the test. Have fun, said who? Ads? I'm not sure what you're asking Hideo, but maybe Hideo knows more than I do. I know that as an affiliate, I have no control at all over ads. So if you see an ad when you try to go to my channel, there's nothing I can do about it. The only other thing I know is that ads go away if you subscribe. Personally, I don't mind ads too much. They're not too much to me, but everyone's different. Thanks for that clip, Dewey. He's a cute kitty. He's actually pretty old. He's like 15 years old now. He's not too eager to jump up on the table anymore. He's cute. Yeah, I see ads usually when I switch channels, and then I just bear with it for a few minutes. It's gone, and then I don't see any more ads usually. Yeah, cats, if you take care of them and they don't have any medical problems, they can live pretty long. My cat, I started feeling sad and bad that he was always inside, so now I let him out in the backyard only. Well, yeah, Hideo has the whole thing, so you should check out Yada, because you're going to need that if you watch it with VLC. And someone great wrote that chat client, and I can't remember who it was, but whoever it was, thank you very much for writing Yada, because if you're going to watch Twitch with VLC or something, you're going to want your own separate Twitch chat client. Let's see. This test will fail. And it fails because it sends the email and DQs it. So to make the test work, we have to actually honor this flag. So I'm going to actually just take this line of code and use that in the correct place. This is what engineering is like. It's not so much you write a whole lot of code, it's you know where to write the code. So if I remember right, it is in process emails that we do this. And I can simply have it stop at this point if the queue is suspended. Right, I had forgotten to link that, or to capture that link, so thank you, Hideo. And hey there, Rally Monkey, how are you doing? So, I am working Rally Monkey today on, I've gotten down to emergency controls. So now there's a check mark box that I can hit really quick if someone writes a bot maliciously to start opening thousands of accounts per minute. I can just hit that, and now you can't create a new account. And once they go away, I can turn it back on. So quick emergency control. So the second one I'm doing right now is stop sending email. So if some bug or something causes me to start spamming people by accident, I should be able to hit that button to stop the email queue. And once I have that, I also want to be able to purge them. And probably I want to have some display somewhere. Maybe next to the blacklist here, I can have us like see how many emails are in the queue. Hanging in there? Okay. All right, so it's not permit new accounts, it's mail queue suspended, and if it's true. There we go. So that's where we put the code to make this test pass. Yay, pass. All right, let's run everything. Make sure we didn't break anything, and then that should be it. I should be able to test this out. So deploy new code. Oh, the other thing, Rally Monkey, I don't know if you saw it in the notes, but I decided that I'm going to stop stalling on launching this online and just call it. Whether or not I'm ready, I will attempt to launch it online on Monday. So that'll be interesting. Okay. So what happens when I hit that button? It does come on, so I can confirm that by looking at the configuration on the stage, and it should have changed. It is suspended. Okay, so to test that, I will try to ask for a password reset. Oh, I was going to update this, wasn't I? This should update to say, well, sorry, it's suspended right now. Hey there, develop it. Good evening to you as well. Okay, I have a local test email server and client here I'm going to use, and it might have some old stuff in it. Yeah, so when I was doing this earlier, so let me clear it out, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to let's make sure that it's not blacklisted. So there's nothing on the blacklist. Players exist, right? Right, so this is my account, which is Bob, and there's also Alex we could play with. So either way, I can request a password reset, and it'll say that an email's been sent, but it won't have actually sent it. If I did this right. So you see, now it's not sent. And it should be held in the queue right now. It actually means I can do some interesting tests. So I can look at this one. Oh, I only print out a message if it's sent and dequeued. So what I can do is I can actually look at the journal. Game journal. So there we go. The token is in the account and the email is queued, but it's not been dequeued. So I can further see that if I go and snapshot the server state. Snapshot, and then it should go fold into the snapshot. There should be something in the mail queue. If I fold this. So there's a mail in the mail queue, ready to be sent to Bob. So it's being held in the queue. Oh, this was a bug. I shouldn't really set the date until we actually send the mail, right? So it had snapshotted when it would have wanted to send the mail. Anyway, that worked. And now the final piece will be, soon as I unsuspend the mail queue, it should send the mail. So let me watch this window while I hit the button. Ready to hit button? There we go, hitting the button. Mail sent. And there it is. Nice. So that worked. Oh yeah, example.com is the most awesome domain name. For those who don't know, example.com is reserved forever by the people who made the internet. There's actually an RFC for it. Example.com RFC. Reserved top-level domain name. It's a special use domain name. Example.com, .net, and .org have reserved the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. So this is the authority ultimately that is in charge of domain names and addressing standards and stuff. They have reserved these for examples, so you can always use them in code. They will never go to a real website, at least until this RFC becomes replaced by someone with enough money to convince the INA that, sure, we can give you example.com because you paid us billions of dollars. Yeah, exactly. What do they want for it? Okay, let's check this in. This is adding the mail queue suspension flag. So add literally mail queue suspended configuration flag. That was not too hard to do. Yeah, go for it, Clayman. Hope you have enough money. You got to convince the IANA to release that and then redo or obsolete that RFC and everything. Okay, so this will be in the snapshot, but the journal will say DQ. So as soon as I actually, this will be a good test. If it's in the snapshot, but then DQ'd in the journal, if I restart the cluster, it should not send the email again. Let me make sure that's the case. I don't think I've tested this corner case before. Cool, it did not send me another email, which is correct. Did not send me another email. All right, and then when I tell it to snapshot, it should be removed from the snapshot. Snapshot, and it is removed. Nice. Okay. Next on the list. How close am I to end of... I have like a half an hour left. Oh, I should do this. Warn players who request password resets. Okay, let's do that. So... that... this being grayed out if the account suspension... new account suspension is on, was working. That the side effect is we're not writing to this file, but if you're logged in, you get the state updated. So if I'm logged in, and then while logged in, if in the other window, I flip these bits. So note, don't permit new accounts, suspend the mail queue. Now, when I log out, this will be grayed out because they're not permitted. And now I can work on this thing. When this is up and this flag is on, I want this to show a warning. So let me do that now. So that's a dialog, right? Reset password reset dialog. So I want to add something here. Hey there, I'm not sure how to say your name. Can I say just Shivam? The components that I reuse are open source in my GitHub. So things like the Raft algorithm, which I implemented, which does the clustering of servers for the game, that's open source. And a lot of the low-level components, like the actual the hash functions, like SHA-1, SHA-2, PKDF2, those are all also in my GitHub, along with the web server client code that I wrote, and other little things like AWS integration, JSON class for C++. Some of the things I use are other people's components, like LibreSSL is OpenBSD's port of OpenSSL. Lua is a language that is open source. And The actual game, though, is not in my GitHub because that I'm trying to make into a product. So that's proprietary. So all the things highlighted in white here, orchestrator, the front end, the back end, that's not in the GitHub. How do you use Action Dispatcher? I can show that. So yeah, I enjoy walking through that because I just learned that a bit ago and it's very exciting to me. So the front end of my game is here in the player console. The Redux is split between actions, middleware, reducers, and the integration layer. So I try to keep it simple for actions. So really the only thing different between actions in the declaration is the name, the type. The type of the action, and then I give it a name. What do I even use that name for? Oh, to put it into what's exported. So I export this actions object, and the keys are these names, and then the types that go into the actions are these, and then any arguments that are passed when you create the action are tunneled through. The payload is this args, so if you have, it's optional, so it's always an object, but the object could have no keys in it, in which case this goes away, right? ... on an empty object goes to nothing. So then the action would just be the type alone. But if you had payload, that would be in an args object, and then it would be spread into the action. So like, let's say you had args, something like x42, y16, right? If that's your args, you'll end up with an action that looks like this: type, and then whatever the type is, let's say, you know, my action, and then x42, y16. That would be the actual action object, because this spread syntax takes that object and spreads it into the output, and the type is then added to it. So that's what my actions look like, and I can show that in Redux here if I look at any action. So we're looking at the bottom, reflect player updated. So it has the type here, and the arguments were folded into the action object, the username and then the actual changes. So, and this, by the way, is showing that we're logged out. So when the client and server IDs go to 0, that means that player logged out. So that's what the action looks like, the way I've done it. And then how it's dispatched is all of these actions are exported as action factories, right? So the action create action is a double arrowed function, right? So when you call it here, it's constructing a factory, basically a function that will, given arguments, generate the action structure. And so that's bundled up into that object. So whenever I dispatch things, so let me go, for example, I guess this would work. When we request a password reset, it's going to take the payload and then call that on the action factory that was exported, the request password reset star being one of those factories. And then that call gets reduced to the structure, which has a type of request password reset start, and then any arguments folded into that. And then that structure is then sent to Redux through the dispatch. So this isn't the way you have to do it. This is just the way that I settled on. Hopefully that makes sense. So the payload ultimately gets sent to a action factory function here, which gets unfolded or spread and combined with the type, packaged up as an object, and then that's sent to dispatch. And one of these days, I'm going to take one of these highlight clips and put it up on YouTube. Or maybe Rally Monkey, if you'd want to do that, that'd be great. Anybody can clip that, and we can highlight that. Yeah, I had on my list to take one of those explanations and sort of save it for posterity and put it up on YouTube to try to make a series of little bite-sized tutorials, so to speak, to show how things are done. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I enjoy talking about this stuff because I didn't know any of this Redux actions dispatch like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I didn't know anything about it. Think I should do it from scratch? Okay. Okay, Clayman. Only once every 10 minutes. Okay. So I am in the middle of, I want to show a warning here if the email queue is suspended, which it should be, because that is still on. If you want to reset your password, you can request it, but you should get a warning saying email is currently suspended. It may take some time for you to receive it. Do I want to put it here and in the toast that we show? Probably. Let's do it in both. So the first will be this dialog. I want to put it between the email address and the buttons, so that would be right here, right? So mail suspension warning. We'll go here, and then this is conditional, really. Const that it depends on something. It'll depend on whether or not mail queue suspended. If it is, we're gonna print a warning. If not, there's nothing. Actually, in the warning, I want it to be, I guess, a div with a certain class name. Okay, see ya, Goon Pontoon. I haven't seen it either, Clayman. These days I prefer waiting for them to come out on Amazon and Prime or whatever and watch it in my comfort of my own living room. That's just me. Okay, div. And I'll just put the raw text here. Eventually I'll probably want to have this go through a subsystem that will handle translations. Yeah, I heard that the movie came out like a few days in advance of the US if you're in a different country. I had a class for this, didn't I? Or not? Oh, I think what did I do? I put it in playing activity CSS. No. Where did I put it? Oh, it was a profile panel CSS. Yeah, these. Okay. I don't have a common CSS for it, so I've been I have 3 versions of it now. I wonder if I should have it common at some point. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put it into the index CSS here. I don't know. I don't know where to put it exactly. How about we put it at the top of these classes here? So let's call this just warning. Warning? And then I can say class name equals warning. And then we'll just put the raw text in here. The game is currently not... How about... Is currently not sending outgoing emails. You may request a password reset now. However, the reset token, however, it may be sometime before the reset token may be emailed to you. I'll just keep it like that. I can edit this later. So I need that as a prop. Yep. Well, it'll come out on some service, Clayman, eventually. If not, I'll be really bummed. I just don't want to have to go to the theater to see it. Okay, so this is the old way I used to map states to props. It's sort of crude in that it's like everything in the dialog reducer we see as a prop. I'll keep that for now, fix it later. This one is, I'm just going to copy it from, I had that in admin settings. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. It has to be not the server, but the client configuration. Yeah. I mean, it'll show up in both. But that's specifically where we're going to get it out. Okay, so now that should show up there. It did not. Why not? Is it because this reloaded? It possibly, because this is not grayed out anymore. So let me first log in. This is a workaround until I enable... Oop. I currently have the client configuration right updating disabled. So while we're logged in, the workaround is while we're logged in, we get direct from server updates when we turn this on and off. So now when I log out, it should show up. Yeah, so that's grayed out, and forgot my password. Okay, it shows that. Nice. All right. That's good enough. Let's check that in. Oh, did I want to put it in the toast also? Yeah, let's put it in the toast also. So the toast is sent out in response to receiving back a message that it was sent, right? So that's here somewhere. On password reset email sent. Okay, so it's that. This there. Aha. So let's change the toast a little bit. So const toast will depend on, again, a variable. Something. That is if it's off. If it's on, what do I want to say? Let's just start it off the same way. An email will be sent containing instructions that emails are currently on hold, or currently outgoing emails are currently suspended. Note. Something like that. And then the condition, okay, I need to get access to our state. So we're in middleware. So to get to our state, we have to call a getState function. I will do so. And get to configuration.client. And the same thing. This dialog picked from mail queue suspended. If that's true, we just toast that. Otherwise, we toast this. Okay, let's test it. Okay, see ya playing with Skizzers. Enjoy your meeting. I'm almost done anyway. Maybe 15 minutes. I can tell, you know how I can tell? I get hungry. Because my schedule now is stream, then eat. So when I start to get hungry, I know that I'm near the point where I am going to be done streaming. All right. Again, I got to do the trick. I think I typed it wrong. Oh no, I got it right. Okay, so then flip it off and on. Log out. So that's grayed out. I get the warning if I try to send it anyway. It'll toast and say note outgoing emails are currently suspended. And let me check my email, my test email thing here. So it doesn't get the email yet, but when I flip it on, I will immediately get it. Yay. Okay, let's check it in. I guess we can permit new accounts while we're at it, right? GUI. It is 2 p.m. my time. Time zones are a strange concept, aren't they? I watch a streamer who not only is... It's earlier in the day for him, but he's a day ahead because he's in Australia. So I'm in Western US. That's the weirdest for me. When someone, like if it's Monday and he says, oh, look, it's almost time for my Tuesday stream. And I'm like, not only is it weird that it's earlier for you, but you're a day ahead of me. Okay, yes, we're adding a warning. So player console warn players when email queue disabled or suspended. Same thing. Some people do stream in the morning, and other people stream in the evening. So just when they stream doesn't always depend on where they are. It also depends on, do they rather stream in the morning or the evening? But the time of my stream turns out, a lot of people that watch my stream, I think, are in the EU because for them it's in the evening and they're not working. So they're, chilling, doing their own stuff, and have me in the background, I guess. Yeah, I expected to see that. Okay. Okay, next thing. How much? I have less than 15 minutes left. Can I do the next thing? This is all done. I actually got good progress. I got all this done today. Next would be purge the email queue. I can do that with the command, can't I? Wait a minute, no, I can't just do it with the command. I can, but it'll erase the worker thread if I'm not careful with it. I guess what we can do is we can only purge if it's suspended. And like purge when it's not suspended, we just do nothing. So if we're suspended, purge would be safe because the worker thread's not going to go looking at it. Right? I think so. Yeah, I think so. So let's do the backend first. See if I can do this in 10 minutes. Oh, Adam 13531 was telling me this. There are a lot. It turns out there are a lot of people who watch Twitch in Germany. Sort of amazing. He was saying that Twitch is a much bigger thing in Germany. And I said, yeah, I believe it. There's a lot of people from Germany who watch my stream too. And I should tell you guys, I regret not learning German in school. I picked the wrong language. I picked French. And then I forgot it because I didn't use it much. German, it just sounds like a much more interesting language to me. And I regret not learning it. Wouldn't it be fun if I knew German and then I could just every once in a while switch from an English stream to a German one? Not enough German streams, huh? Learn it, and then I can cater to my key demographic. Is that right? All right. This will be a mail. No, yeah, mail command. Sure, fine not. Yeah, okay. So this is a whole new test. So this is purge mail queue. Actually, there are two behaviors I want. I want to test purge mail queue when suspended, and then when not suspended. So I want it to put into a situation where there's a mail. Yeah, but it just sounds like a fun language to say. Je ne parle pas français. I've even lost the accent that I used to have. It's sad. I taught my kids, when we went to France, I taught them how to say I'm bored. Je m'ennuie. Because, kids like to say, when are we going to be there? I'm bored. I'm like, well, we're in France. How about I teach you how to say I'm bored in French? They were really, found that really amusing. Okay. Actually, that's not the test I wanted. I want one that actually tries to send an email. Okay, yes, we'll take this one. When suspended, it should remove the mail. Okay. And then we want to change this after we've done the queue. That's what we want. So we queue the mail, then we immediately suspend the queue, and then we wait a loop, and what we should see is that it should not be sent, but we and not dequeued, but it should still be in the queue. So I can actually ask the queue for that, right? Mail queue. Hmm. Didn't I have a debug thing to like get all the mail out of the queue? I guess select. Do I do this anywhere else in this test framework? I do. All right, so that's what I want. Yes. That's exactly what I want. I want that. I want to select the mail out and it should still be there. So that ID should be, it should match this actually. First. Second. Actually, well, what is the type of that? It is a mail. I actually don't care about that so much. I just want to make sure that that index is the same. All right, now the same test, but when it's not suspended. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I messed up. That's part of the setup. This is part of the setup, not the act. That's the setup. The act is a new function, is a request from an admin, right? So where was that? Actually, no, it's not. It's got to be a new command. Yeah, it's got to be a new command. Yeah, so one of these guys. So I actually need I need another test to make sure that when the admin sends the correct command, it actually queues the command. Or message results in the command. So here it'll assume that the command already exists. So this is going to be purge mail. Which doesn't exist, but that's okay. It doesn't need any arguments. That should be, I can do that quickly. No index needed? No, we still need an index. Will this be something the executor does? Yeah. So this test belongs in the executor. Okay. Yeah, let's move it to the executor. Hold on. I will then move this, yes, to the executor. All right. I don't think I need this stuff. It's simpler when we're just testing the executor component. There doesn't need to be a test user. Do I have a convenience function for adding an email? I do not. Oh, no, here we go. There we go. I can do this. It's not a convenience method, but it'll do. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is just to make sure the executor does it. So I can just do it myself directly in this arrange. So I don't need a command. Let me just look it up. It's mail queue. And then I need a mail with index. Let me cheat and look at, oh, where was it? queue test mail, this thing. Right, these two lines. All right, and then paste them here. So make one. Okay, what index do I want? It doesn't really matter. So 42 it is. Queue mail is what? Oh, I actually have to have a command. Okay, fine. Make a command. Tired means poggers at example.com. PogChamp over 9000 is the body. Because then that does that much. So it's in the queue. We get back a number, don't we? Hold on. No, it doesn't return anything. Okay. We suspend the mail queue, and then I'm thinking to myself, does the executor know when we do that? It might not. The setup does it. What do you think of the Lord of the Rings movie trilogy from that long? Was it that long ago? I thought that they did an okay job with the books. I didn't like the ending, but I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who hasn't seen it, even though it's so old. All right. I just need to check if the executor subscribes to configuration changes, then I don't need to do anything. I don't know if it does. What does it do on mobilize? Loads the configuration. Okay, there's this function. When does that get called? Change. That's if it's... Okay, I don't think I can rely on it knowing when it's changed, because it's doing the changing. That actually makes more sense. Okay, so I can't just... I can't do that after mobilize. I need to do mobilize after this. So there. Then I do the act, which is to purge the mail. And the assert is not that it got sent, but that it's now no longer in the queue at all. So that's the select part down here. And this should be 0. All right. You didn't like it? Yeah, Resident Sleeper. I don't want to spoil it. Read the books. The books were really good. What do I put here? I guess it doesn't matter, right? How about 8? Has to be something. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit different. When we're testing the executor, we don't mock it. We just do that part of it. We mock the journal only. So this won't compile until I define that action. I guess I might as well go and do that. Realm server host. I want to hit this one first, otherwise I forget. Register command type purge mail. Okay, and then there's include for all commands. Purge mail. And then the make files have... Actually, I guess I can look for queue mail, right? And it goes right next to it. Queue becomes purge. And let's do the source. No, let's do the header file first. Take qmail and duplicate it and call it purge mail. Qmail becomes purge mail, and it doesn't need so many arguments. Just used to drop all queued emails from the game. And there are no properties. I don't need them. There's just methods. All right, so purge mail CVP. All right. This, we don't need the encoding at all. It does not need to do anything. Type is purge mail. Encode returns. I mean, I don't care. It can just be null. What do I have any other commands that don't do anything? I mean, they have no other arguments. I don't know if I do. Maybe start reconfiguration. Okay, that actually has the configuration in it. Yeah, this is just a Sentinel thing. So I think I could just say return null. Null pointer becomes null JSON value. There's nothing in the encoding. It's just a Sentinel. And then back to here. And this should build now. Build. Okay, build. Let me then duplicate this, and the only difference between these two test cases will be in this one, it's not suspended, so we will make that false. And then we'll expect different outcome. We'll expect to get the index 42 out. So this should actually already work. It's this one that won't work because it doesn't purge it. So let me fix that. So that's an update to the executor. It needs to handle this new command. So command table, where are you? There you are. Add a new one. Call it purge mail. And then copy pasta. This one doesn't do nothing. Actually, the other one didn't do nothing. Why does it say do nothing? Execute the qmail command by putting the given email onto the mail queue, the outgoing mail queue. This is not true anymore. That was a mistake in the design, so that's not true. Execute the purge mail command by dropping all mail from the outgoing mail queue. Which means I'll probably want a command called purge, which doesn't exist yet. And yeah, we'll print something. Let's just say all queued mail purged. And then I don't need the command, do I? I don't care. We're just purge the mail, print out a message if this is on the main game state, and we're done. Purge doesn't exist yet. I'm surprised I didn't get a red squiggly for that. Okay, there it is. So I need a test for that. Mail queue tests. Let's pick up one where we queue. And then I will copy paste that at the bottom. Call this purge. Well, so add some mails, queue them, Then we'll ask the mail queue to purge. And then we will, I guess the simplest would be to select. So let me just copy some of this junk, paste it here, and we'll say this is any. Any equals just return true. So select any mail. Actually, wouldn't it be easier to? No, I still have to have that type, don't I? Yeah, okay, we'll just keep it the way it is. So this will be selected mail. And what we'll expect is 0 for that mail's index, which means there wasn't any mail. All right, so purge needs to be declared. Mail queue. Probably next to Q would make sense. Or how about after DQ? Purge. Remove all mail from the queue. And it's just as simple. Enough said, right? So we will initially do nothing, just to verify the test is correct. Okay, yeah, this will be the last task I do today. So it doesn't remove the email, but now we'll make it do so. So super simple. We get the lock, and then we just simply go to the map and call clear on it. Easy peasy. So this will pass now. Now the executor test, let's see what I have on that. That still, that passes now because it calls purge. But this will not purge. Oh no. I messed up. That purged it, even though it's not it did not purge even though it's not suspended. Right, because the executor didn't check that flag, so let's do that. Yeah, so we only want to do that conditionally. So if, and here's what I'm not sure, where, does the executor store the configuration? It does. It's under game state. Okay, so if game state configuration mail queue suspended, only if that's true. So let's interpret that as a Boolean. If it's true, then purge. Oh, wait a minute. That is an object, right? I think I have to call get on it. With through an arrow, right? Yeah. Forgot about that. It's an object that has a getter that returns a JSON value. Yep. Okay. So one more time. Pass. Now this fails. Why would this fail? How did it fail? It did not purge it. So there's maybe something wrong with this. Let's break point and debug. I did set it to true. What does mobilize do here? I think I actually know what the problem is. I think it doesn't matter what I set here. It actually always reads from disk. Because that's the executor's job. So I can't just do a set. I had to actually write it to a file. Where do I do that? Write JSON the file. Aha, here's where I do it. Down here at the bottom. Yeah, so I can't do set. I have to actually write it. And that's the correct file. Yeah, okay, got it. So I got to do that instead of doing set. Because what the executor does when it mobilizes, it reads it from the file and then calls set by itself. So if I set it, it just gets ignored. Overwritten. Yay, everything passes. Okay, so if the command is executed, it'll purge the queue. So then I just need to make a message that lets me queue that command. And then I will have the front end send that through a button of some kind. So let's do the message next. Message will be in the mail system. Yeah, so this is where I initially put the last test I did. So we do want to test here. And we don't need to have suspended versus not suspended. It just needs to queue the command. So it doesn't matter what the state of that suspension flag is. I suppose I will just no, I can't. I don't want that. I want one where the admin asks for something. Yeah, like this. Yeah, exactly. Okay, here we go. So, it does not matter if I do this at all, does it? No. So, it's going to be a purge mail. And no arguments needed. We should get a new command added. It should be a purge mail command. That's it. That's all I care about. So run that, it'll fail. And then, again, to add commands to the game, we have to go first to the tables of commands and add an entry. It's an admin-only command, so I want to do register admin command. So that's purge mail. And that goes to the correct subsystem, so that go to the header for that subsystem. There. Add it. Purge mail. And then CPP file. So that macro expands to needing two functions, a check and a make command. So it kind of looks like this. So let's copy pasta. Pasta sounds good to me right now, actually. So this is purge mail. And have you ever had to use a lib where you had to decompile it to figure out what the heck is going on? Occasionally, yeah. And that can be fun if you like detective work, I suppose. Otherwise, if you're doing it because there's a problem, it can be really frustrating. Because all the while you're thinking, why does this lib just not do what I want it to do? So maybe think of it as a detective challenge, and maybe you'll be able to get through it without too much frustration. Detective work. Think about yourself as a hacker. You're hacking that lib to figure out what's going on. Purge mail check, don't need anything. The make command is really simple. Purge mail is the command. It requires no argument. We just return it. Okay, couldn't be simpler. Okay, that's a tool chain glitch. Now it worked. Yay. All right, so the last step will be to add a button in the front end to invoke that command. And then I'll test it by suspending the queue, put something in the queue, and then purge it. So step-by-step test, end to end. And then I'll go eat, and there will be much rejoicing. Okay. The button, we'll put it in that same admin, where am I? Admin, where are you? Admin settings. Okay, let's add a button here. Where to put it? I just put it right here. So, just another button. Kind of like I had in the settings panel. Or log out. Sure. So just take that button. Just put it there, I guess. Purge mail queue. On purge mail queue. And then that is a prop which is hooked into Redux here to dispatch an action, no arguments necessary, to purge the mail queue. And then that needs to be defined as an action. Define action purge mail queue. There's the name of it. Okay, and then that needs to be added to some middleware because it's a side effect. And I'll put it under admin. So here. Purge mail queue. And really it's the side effect of dispatching that is to dispatch another action to tell the game to do it. So that's just const that equals. We need a dispatch. And we handle it by sending a game command. So I'm just going to cheat and copy from another game command. Send. And then put in the correct command. It has to match this right here. No arguments. Simple, easy peasy. Okay, here we go. That's a big button. That's because it's in a grid. So I think I could fix that by making it inside a div, right? Let's just do that really quick. All right, purge. So it won't do anything yet. Let's see what it does. Okay, it sent it. Yeah, we won't see any side effect directly. Unless I can peek into the game state to see it. It should have queued it, but it will have really no effect. Game state journal there. It didn't do it. Oh, because I didn't restart the server, so it doesn't know what that command means. It'll say unrecognized message. Okay, restart the game servers. Now it knows what the command means. All right. So we hit the button. All queued mail purged. Nice. All right. And actually, why did it print it out for all servers? I thought I had it only the leader would do that. There's the command, by the way. There's nothing in the command. It's just a type purge mail. But I thought I had it set to where only the leader would do that. Executor, right? Oh no, it just does it for everyone. Okay. Suppose that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So to test that it really works as the way it's intended, let's suspend the mail queue. Then in this one, Q1. So that should Q1. And it should show up in the queue now. So if I snapshot, I should see it in the queue in the snapshot. Snapshot. So here's the mail in the queue. There's the mail. And when I hit the big button, purge. Now if I snapshot again, it should vanish. Snapshot again. And it's gone. And there's the Where's the queue message? Huh. Did I misread that? Oh, it's because it's level 2. I'm only showing level 3 and above. That's why. If I was showing level 2 messages, I would have seen that. But it's disabled. All right. I think it worked. Because now when I will unsuspend the queue, the it will not. It will have now dropped that email. I will not have received it. Nope, no email. And now that it's not suspended, I should be able to try again. Forgot. Reset. And it will work, right? Yay. Okay. Cool. Nice. Let's check that in. That's good progress today, I think. That went pretty smoothly. So adding a mechanism to purge. So add mechanism to purge the outgoing email queue. All right. So what I'll work on tomorrow will be suspending and permitting logins, narrowing it down to a whitelist. And these are mostly to combat spam and you know, being account botting. So I can just I can already suspend new account creation, but let's say they go and create a whole bunch. While I'm cleaning it up, I could whitelist the people I know are really real users, and then it won't permit other people to log in. If it really gets out of hand, I could suspend all logins while I'm fixing things up. And then, I don't know if I really need this. Suspending snapshots. Still needed? Because actually snapshots have been a really good thing for me. They allow me to back up the game state and see the state in one place. So maybe I'll keep that and not do that. And then this individual server kill is mostly for if the server just doesn't respond but still shows up in the cluster. I want to have like a kill. And a kill will cause the orchestrator to restart it. And that can maybe get me past some... I work around some temporary issues if I have a server getting locked up. So that's what I'll be working on tomorrow. And working towards getting this launched online. So this will be fun. I hope you guys enjoyed today. I'll be back tomorrow. 10 a.m. Pacific, which is 1700 hours UTC. 1 p.m. Eastern. Take 1700 hours and add or subtract however many hours you are off from UTC to get when I'll be coming back. And I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go eat, and in the meantime, let me go see who's streaming. Thanks Hideo, Nui, Clayman, everyone else. Oh, why did it jump to someone's stream? I didn't want to do that. I want to get a list. There's a lot of people to choose from today. Oh, Codephobia is about to start. Angular Node JS. Today we raid our 100th time. Interesting. He isn't starting yet. He's going to start soon. Should I stall until he starts and then we'll raid him? We'll start him off on a good footing. Well, what do you guys say? I don't know how long it's going to take before he starts his stream. Should I ask him? How soon until start? Oh, he's starting now. Okay, here we go. We're going to raid him. Okay, so we're going to start off Codephobia stream
in the most glorious way possible by rating him. Here we go. I'm hitting the button. Enjoy Codephobia. Looks like it's Angular today. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy. Bye.